even know that song. You're like 14 years old. How the fuck do you?
I'll
leave it on that.
Wow, look at that. Little Beeffield just likes to get out on the hard ground, everybody. One more time for Anthony Zamora. He said, I'll get out on that like he's got a standing ovation. Thank you, good night. Everybody's like, oh, disgusting. All right, Anthony, you've been on this show before.
Once before, yeah.
Hell yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back. Are you Bucky's mascot? Does anybody else see it?
Yeah.
I swear to God. It just hit me now. I know I didn't think of this last time you were here.
He said I had a Richard Nixon mask on.
It's pretty good. I love it. So, Anthony, Mark, what do you think about this guy?
I think you're very confident. You got a good charisma, but you did do a standard run-of-the-mill street joke. I mean, one of those jokes is like textbook joke book.
Yeah, I got it from some homeless people telling me for a quarter. That's why. That's why I
Oh,
saw
wow.
that.
Where you came from homeless, man.
Yeah, it's such an honest speak we have, everybody.
All right.
I mean, that's very interesting. The chickpea thing, that might be the most, that might be, you know what I mean, right? You know that other people have done that, right?
Yeah. I had to give a shout out to my friend Squanch and Anna Lee.
But you didn't give the shout out until we just asked you. That's the problem. I mean, it would have been cute if after that you were like, the homeless guy gave you, it wouldn't have been funny, but it would have been cute had you given the homeless guy credit.
I mean, who's your heroes? Carlos Mencia? Like, who is,
He loves this shit. Look at this fucking giant Boy Scout. He lives for this right now. He doesn't even care that it's not going well. He's just so happy to be in front of them.
But that is stand-up 101. Like, do not steal jokes. Do not use street jokes. Make them your own jokes. If you
How
don't,
new are you in this? Are you brand new?
About 3 years in.
Okay, yeah, we're way too far to be. You gotta, especially on a show where you're doing 60 seconds. You have to summon you have to show us something else.
Can I redeem it? Can I do it different?
Can you redeem it? You want to take that back? And then, so now you want to do one of your
That's
jokes?
all I'm asking for you.
All right, I think the chickpea joke was, well, we haven't measured out. We have a whole app here for Kill Time. There's 11 seconds. You do an 11-second. How many of you want to see him do an 11-second long joke? He's cashing in. This is the first time we've done this on a show. You have 11 seconds, and you will give the sound of a, it's going to be something special. We're going to bust out a brand new sound effect for this. At 11 seconds, you will hear the sound of a, nope, not that one. Nothing they say. It's never anything they say. Go to actual, we got to find a new sound. I'm sorry, everybody. Here you go. That's the sound of a dolphin. This is the dolphin of redemption. Are you guys ready for his 11-second dolphin of redemption? I don't know. If this was Vegas, I would bet for this is about to suck. Ladies and gentlemen, with an 11-second joke, I present to you, starting now, Anthony Zamora.
Fantastic. According to the U.S. Census, 7% of Americans have major depression. That's 22 million people who practice stand-up comedy. It's all right. It's all right. It's in 11 seconds.
He
It was like 5.
Yeah.
what happens when you don't steal jokes, huh?
Ahs and groans. Ahs and groans. Anthony, what exactly do you have stuffed in your cheeks right now? We all want to know. Is it coins? Some people are saying that it might be some of those mini russet potatoes, perhaps. We want to know what is in those cheeks. What's up? What's going on? What do you got in there? Anything? What do you do for work, Anthony?
Sales.
What are you selling? What are you selling, Anthony? Anthony, over here. What are you gonna do? Write a joke for you, Anthony? What are you gonna do? You gonna embrace that type of energy, Anthony? Are you gonna give her a quarter?
No, it's really, it's kind of absurd. I call people and I talk to them into working for whatever company they sign up for. So you sign up for DoorDash, but you never started working. I call you and I convince you to start working for them. So they say DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, anything.
Someone needs to convince you to start writing your own material.
Oh, shit, dude.
I'm sorry.
Anthony Zamora's up here getting punched right in those fat cheeks of his. Tell us something interesting about you that we didn't find out about you last time you were on. After that episode, were you like, God, I can't believe I didn't tell him about the time that or anything about you? Anything interesting about you, Anthony?
The only thing I can remember right now is I juggle.
Really? What can you juggle?
I can juggle. What do y'all got? Yeah, like a
You got lemons or something like that? You juggle lemons?
Lemon? Yeah, we got lemons.
How many lemons can you juggle?
Let's do 3 for right now.
Any chance? How about a hand for the great staff here at Antone's, everybody? Think I could buy a few lemons from you guys, huh? There we go. That's a lemon tossing music here. Those of you that haven't heard it before, this is the official song of lemon juggling. I will do anything to make Anthony Zamora seem somewhat talented. We're going to juggle some lemons. It's a real Monday night party here in Kiltony. Here they come. I can see them. 3 lemons. Hell yeah. How about one more hand for the staff here at Antone's? They're the best. We love them. This is our family here. These are our day ones at Kiltony. Yeah, the great Kaylee handing off some lemons. Here we go. Let's see if he can do this, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! There it is. We had a feeling. You have any? Is there like a big climactic thing you were getting to or anything, or was that it?
No.
I've seen a clown do that before.
Yeah, man, it's true. It's true. We see guys with face paint and a red nose. All you have is cheeks stuffed with shit. All right, here he is, trying to do his big lemon closer. Let's see what he goes with here. That was just a trick that he bought off a homeless guy. Come on, let's get some lemon tossing music.
So I had 2 older brothers, right? The first one, he went to theater camp. He was really into theater. The second one was really into movies, so he went to fucking movie camp. The last one had horrible ADHD, so he went to concentration camp.
All right.
How many of you think Anthony Zamora should kill himself right here on this stage right now? Jeez, only 3/4 of the crowd. Some real virtue signalers in this room tonight. Some real fucking phonies, some real wokies. I don't want him to kill himself. Boring. All right.
When it comes to that being played, Zamora says that's not a good thing. I know why, because the body mature. As her body matured, it's very possible that her body matured enough to the point where when it comes to that resistance. In other words, when the belly
I love it, Anthony. You were pretty terrible in every way. To be honest with you.
And therefore, if his claim is I didn't find any blood.
Rabbi! Miss Aquarius, how was Rain's birthday?
Those entire lemons in your mouth?
It was good.
I'm willing to do anything to get out on an applause.
I got a cookie. I didn't want to get cupcakes. They had cupcakes and cookies and brownies and whatever and pizza. I only got 1 piece of pizza and like 3 little chicken wings. I ate that. And I knew I was getting a little cupcake. I got a little cookie or whatever. And hey, it was good. She had a good little time. They had a bouncy house and she got her little swing set already put up and yeah.
Excellent. What kind of cookie?
Good time.
What kind of cookie?
Just like a sugar cookie. Just a sugar cookie.
It was like a sugar cookie. Okay.
Huh? No, it was like a sugar cookie. It was like one of those like doughy little cookies with a little pink icing or blue or whatever. Yeah, that's cool.
I've got you. Excellent.
Yeah, so that's why I saw when you were cooking. I was letting little kids get the cupcakes first and see if I would get one. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get this cookie because cupcakes are already done. I was trying to let the kids get their stuff first, you know.
Absolutely. What kind of cupcakes did they have?
Just like little yellow, whatever it was, cupcakes with the little icing on it.
Okay, excellent.
Pink and yellow and white. Mm-hmm.
That's cute.
Yeah, a little rain.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Did she have a
And she
good...
took somebody a little one and she started crying because she didn't want to give it back.
I was going to say...
She loved the heck out of rain, huh?
I was going to say, yeah, usually there's some kind of issue that arises at that age.
She doesn't like to get stuff back, so, you know, you gotta tell her. She didn't want us here. She wanted that little girl. But, you know, her other auntie, not my cousin, but her other auntie was like, Oh, she need to get a pop pop. I said, yeah, 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 you're right. She need to get a pop pop.
How many children were there?
I can't even count.
Oh, it was a big,
I
big
can't even
party.
count.
How many?
Probably wasn't that many. Probably a good 5 to 10, 15.
Okay, and how many adults?
I can't be counting all that, Rabbi.
Okay, I mean,
Just know it was a good crowd. It was a good crowd.
it's just an
I'm
estimate.
gonna let you next time. I'm gonna tell your buddy I'm gonna send you a ticket.
Yeah,
It's
excellent.
turn 5. I know they're gonna have a 5th birthday, and I'm gonna say, hey, Rabbi, come on, come to the party. Come on, just take a first class flight.
I didn't need exact figures. I just wanted to know if it was a small party or a big party.
It was a good enough crowd. It was a good enough crowd.
No, that's a pretty big party. They had a bouncy house and like 30 people total. That's big.
Yeah, it was.
Excellent. Okay, Miss Aquarius, I did something. I don't know if you'll like it. I thought about it a lot though. All right, so
What? What did you do?
nothing crazy. Just
I see Lofi girl.
Yeah.
And my Lofi girl and my Lofi boy gone. What you do to them?
Yeah, but you see, they weren't living up to their highest what's the word their highest opportunity, or they weren't living their full life because they were muted in here. So what I did.
That's right. That's right.
But look at all of the radio stations now. Look how many there are. And I want you to go into every single one of them and tell me which one you like the most.
So that's the music.
There's all kinds of stuff, Miss Aquarius. So I want you to go into them.
I know. Okay, which one should I go? Because I've been to all of them, half of them. Now, which one should I go in that I haven't been in?
Go into all of them. Just check them out. They're all different.
Yeah, I've been to some. I've been to Loki boy, Loki. Oh, you got Loki lady.
Yeah, I created that one just for you, Miss Aquarius.
I know, that's mine. Thank you. I'm going.
Okay. She's funny.
Just because there's a rumor that went out, this girl's Rosanna, don't let anybody face this. That doesn't actually turn her into a Zona just because people are talking about it. Just, you have to have a little bit more evidence than that. In fact, there's a rumor. Where it says, Ella, the Asu Trey, 2 people came to Ari, the Goo,
Test.
What are we talking about? We're talking about a case where 2 people say, we don't just have a rumor that this girl is Rosanna. We were approached by this girl. She asked us for stuff. In other words, we know that she was soliciting stuff, and therefore we say, we'll get to that in a second. And this becomes a parallel case here. Why the star is the also made straight came for Amri, and he said that the Goo, Omer Lahu Zaifu. This guy came over to us and asked us if we can both sign on this stuff. So in other words, it's much more or much stronger evidence that she was Rosanna. Why? Because she approached us asking us for stuff. Or the supporter of the star approached us and asked us to sign also for us official Mahathir. When it comes to someone being Rosanna, all right, you know what the reality is. You still find something. There are enough people out there. If you don't list the people for stuff, you still find somebody because there are enough proofs out there. But the Lahaka, the books that call you strong, it's simple. That's the idea of nothing to gain. I'm signing on Star Plus. Just think of it like, all right, so a person finds himself tempted to fall prey to some of the solutions that for the most. Why would someone sign a Star Plus? What reason? What are they gaining? The Gemara says that we don't actually assume people sign the Star falsely. Rather, Shanami Kusim from Haver's Yusuf, since he's looking for people to help him forge the star, Amar Ziyufe Zayif. If he went so far to go public and tell people, you know what? Can you please help me forge the star? If he doesn't find anybody to know to do, he'll do the whole thing himself.
Test.
You can write this down and score people's signatures. But again, when it comes to stuff, you actually have to have the other party involved. Therefore, the fact that there are proofs in this world, there are enough proofs in this world who are willing to go along with it, and therefore, we say that Yatsa Allah
Hey, you got nice music in there.
Yes, I do. I thought you'd like it.
Yeah. Yes, I do. The Luffy lady is mine, Luffy girl live, and Luffy boy is mine. You can't have them.
All right, Miss Aquarius. And there's all kinds of
I'm
cool.
just playing.
There's all kinds of cool, cozy music in there, and dreamy music, and sleepy music. And now, I do my best to keep an eye on them. Like the bots that I got, they're pretty consistent, but sometimes they just have some kind of error. I don't know why, and they need to be
Now,
brought
what is this one
in.
in here?
So this one's just a
What
dog.
is this one in here?
It's just a dog, and I have that one in there just in case we all get booted. You know, this call's been going for like 4,800 hours, which is a
Green box.
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
this
hear you. But what is a green box? They just stay in here?
yeah, I just got it in
They
here.
don't do nothing?
It can do things. Yeah, no, it can do a lot of stuff.
Huh. But you got it in here just in case, your thing just, drops or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly like music, and I like the music that
I do love it.
um I like the music that they play, but it's like oh the word uh uh the it becomes too much when other people are trying to talk.
Right.
And the word I was trying to think of previously for lo-fi boy and lo-fi girl, they weren't living up to their highest potential. They were just in here muted. So now they're living to their highest
Right. That's what
potential.
I was saying. Why would you put them in there and let them scream?
Right. So uh, hopefully they um you know people enjoy them, but I got a lot of them, and they're not
Oh my God.
they're not super easy.
That's why I want to make another. That's why I want to make another account so I can just be in here one, and then I go to sleep. I can do his thing, and then I can just go and listen to the music in one.
Okay, so why don't you do that? Now that's a real idea.
Right.
Okay, so why don't you do that?
Just make an account just to for here, not to be going all over. You know what I'm saying?
It can do whatever you want.
But you got so much to do in here.
Yes,
Like the music.
yes, ma'am. We've got music.
Like if you be asleep, I can just keep this one and go to the other one and sleep and I'll go to listen to music and stuff. Or I'm looking at my YouTube or something.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So go.
that's a good idea.
Yes. So go create your account.
Yeah, I think
Do you know how to do it?
can't have Mr. Curry. They have the Mr. Curry.
Weren't you gonna get like Aquarius butterfly or something?
Yeah, do you like it or you don't like it? You can help me with something. Help me with one.
No, I do like it. I don't know if you'll be able to get it, but I do like it.
If I don't get it, then what else do you think?
If you don't get it, then we'll come up with something else. You should be able to get like Miss Butterfly Aquarius. That should be available.
Which one? A butterfly Aquarius or Aquarius butterfly?
Uh, whatever one you like.
So what do you like better, sir?
Okay, which one do I like more? Well, I like Miss Aquarius the most because I know that one and
Okay,
have.
so probably put Mr. Crazy and put some numbers in it. How about that?
Nah, numbers are kind of lame.
But can we do something else like you got, Rabbi Rothschild? How did you get both of yours? Oh, you got that. So maybe I could do like you, just put something in front of Mr. Aquarius then.
You could do that, put a dot in front of it. Now, I have Rabbi Rothschild as well, just regularly, no dot. But the reason why I have the dot is a strategic advantage in different servers, along with the exclamation point. If you use that, then the servers many times organized by name alphabetically. And if you put one of those characters at the beginning, you're automatically at the top, which means more people see you, which means that you can promote yourself a little bit better.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So maybe you should do dot Miss Aquarius. Then that one will be always at the top.
Okay, we'll do that. Mom? Mom? Where's that? My granddaddy. It could be my granddaddy in there moving. Let's see. Let's see, y'all. Let's see. Papa, that's you in here. We back home. I love you. Everything is okay, okay? I love you and I miss you. All right. I thought that was him. Hey, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am. I'm right here.
Okay. I had to make sure that was the
I
me and Reggie had talked about it because it's more harder for me because I was in there with him and everything and he was right next to me, you know, and I became, that's how yeah, it's more harder for me. I said it's more harder for you. You was here, but you wasn't up here like I was. So it's more harder for me. It's taking me longer to adjust, you know.
Miss Aquarius, you're doing great.
But I had my moments. I miss him, you know, and I miss him. Miss him. I want him back.
Revivification technology, Miss Aquarius. You might be able to get him back someday. Reunite him with Virginia
Mm.
and
Mm.
have everything
Yeah.
that you ever wanted. You never know. You're a young lady.
Oh, no. Because I remember when we went to remember we went to Rain's birthday when she turned 1, and Grandpa was with us, and we dropped him off over my uncle them house. You remember that, Rabbi?
I was not in your life at that time.
Yeah, I thought you was.
No,
You
we've known
left
each
your
other about a
birthday with
year,
me.
and Rain turned 3
But
today.
yeah, she was 1. She was 1, and Grandpa went with us.
I know, Miss Aquarius. That was 2 years ago, and we've known each other 1 year.
And I miss Rabbi, I miss him.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, you just gotta be strong. Have you had your nap today?
You know I didn't take. You know I just got back. You know that we went to the thing all day.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
Okay, well,
6:30.
absolutely. Well, then that means you need to take your nap. And why don't you
I
create
want no nap. I want no nap. I want
Miss
no nap.
Aquarius? Come on,
I want no
come on.
nap.
Time to be a big girl. All right, Miss
No
Aquarius.
nap. Okay, I go take bath and then I take nap. Okay.
But first, you got to create your new account.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to take my nap before I take a bath.
Take,
Okay.
make your account first.
I gotta get another email though, Rabbi. That's another thing. That's another job.
Okay, we'll go create a Gmail account.
I don't know why this fake girl. I gotta get out of fake email. Yeah. Oh, it might be on that. Oh, I can do my other one. Just me. Yep. That's the other thing. I gotta delete. I gotta delete. I gotta put that on the other one because I like to be missing. I gotta do it on the other one, but excuse me.
Most certainly.
Hmm.
Miss, Miss Aquarius, when I go viral, something that we're going to add to all social media platforms is the ability to limit what you see based on age. I don't want to see anybody who's not at least 20. And all these apps keep pushing people, like, it's really sad. They keep pushing young people to adults, and I don't want that. And I know that I would want that as a parent. And I keep, I'm on TikTok. I'm on TikTok, and um, it's it's like I think that they should make a rule. I don't understand why they don't, and I know you agree with me.
What? Say that again.
So there should be a function within, let's say, Discord or TikTok or Instagram that says, "Don't show me any children."
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
You can do that on Tinder, or like you can say, "Don't show me anybody over a certain age." So I don't understand why they don't do.
Right.
I don't understand why they don't do that on social media. Every single time I send an invite to this Discord, it always says before it, "Please join only if you're an adult." And if you join this Discord from a,
Rabbi,
yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Ava's calling me. Okay, Rabbi, hold that thought, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, be back.
Oh. Wow, that was really nice. Cetacean liquefy ideal.
I'm back.
Excellent. I just got on a new streaming platform that like basically has no rules on it, and people have already been really mean to me, but that's okay. I'm okay with that.
Oh, never mind. I don't want to go there then.
No, it's a lot of. It's not. I don't think anything you'd like. But the reason why I stream on there is because they archive footage, and that's important to me.
What is the name of it? I don't know the name.
It's called BitChute,
Oh,
and the first person who commented on my stream told me to. I'm going to spell it because I don't want to set off any censors. They said
right.
KILL and then a space and then YOURSELF. Like what a warm welcome to the platform.
Right.
But that's okay. I've got thick skin. I've been streaming my life online for long enough that I certainly understand.
Oh, wow.
But I think it's funny. So I was just saying, Miss Aquarius, that I think that social media. I really think that teens should not be on social media. I've like come to that conclusion. Or if they are, they should only be amongst other teens. They should not be around adults. That's just not what I think a good. That's not good for either side. They see what the adults are doing and think that's normal behavior, especially online. Oh, my computer froze. Miss Aquarius, my computer froze. My computer froze. What's going on, Miss Aquarius?
I thought I heard mine, and I did. But I don't know if I heard the first time or it was a pop now. I don't know. I just heard. I heard her. Let's see. I'm saying my foot. I don't know. Physical traits like that. What you mean? What do you mean by physical traits?
You're asking what does physical traits mean?
No, I'm talking to myself. Okay. Skip. Skip. Should I let people notify me? Choose profile picture. I have to put a profile. Uh-oh, somebody got out.
That was mine. I have to restart my device.
Choose a display avatar. Choose a photo representation.
I like the one that you currently have, but you need to make it different. I know, it has to be different.
I didn't do that. But she she gave me that. So I have to find something else. Find me one, Rabbi.
Oh, come on, that's on you right now. I'm restarting my computer.
I know you're restarting. Goodbye.
Get out of here.
Goodbye.
Miss Aquarius. I like it. I like your current one. I love it. Okay, well, you go have a good day. We're good. We're good. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right, Miss.
And another thing I don't like, Mother.
What's that?
Somebody left.
Yeah, that's my other account. What don't you like?
No, JC left.
He'll be back.
If y'all don't get JC back in here right now.
Miss Aquarius, what's up with all your demands? Get me a profile picture. Bring back J-Ski.
No,
You sound like Rain. You sound like Rain and that 1-year-old fairy godmother.
I want J-Ski in here now.
All right, well, send him a message.
No, I don't. No, he'll be okay. He's playing a game.
Hi, Miss Aquarius.
Brandon's there.
Brandon, did you see your name? Did you see the did you look at that server name? Did you look at the channel name? Did you see it in your other on your other account? On here?
It says your name, Brandon. So the one that you're in.
It says your name, Brandon.
It says Brandon H channel. Brandon, the one that you have that says Brandon Alexander 0788. Do you see that one says Brandon A?
Yeah.
There you go. So whenever you go in there, it'll say your name.
Yeah, because I'm about to do the same thing in the room.
And Brandon,
I got so many rooms I gotta go to.
Brandon, did you see all the music channels below?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you should check them out whenever you have time.
Okay, so
See the green bar, yeah.
No, not that one. That one's fine. But no, below, do you see 24/7 radio stations, and it says ambient music and Asian music and bossa music and classical music. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are all individual music stations. So if you ever want to listen to different music, you can there.
How do you create my channel?
It's below the create. It's below the join to create voice channel.
We get start that.
I did that last night.
Is that the only one in there?
For right now, but not always. Sometimes some people join. Sometimes people join yours. I joined it about 10 minutes ago with one of my other accounts.
I just joined them too, but I'm making another account. I can't make a whole bunch of accounts like y'all, but I'm making another one.
I'm about to buy the A one.
Yeah, Brandon.
The one that's streaming down in self promotion.
Yes.
I know,
yes,
but I don't have a lot, so I'm not like y'all. I'm making another one now, but I can't do a lot like y'all do. I don't have a lot of that, guys.
I leave my pink one.
He's so excited. Look at, he said my pink one.
I know.
I leave my pink one in my Pokemon going, and there's a secret by company.
Okay, well, let me have one then.
I appreciate that.
Okay, mother. You're like, hi. Hi, how are you? You're good. You like that?
You look at y'all saying, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Aquarius.
See it? You like it, Rabbi? Can you see it? I'm trying to see if I can make it bigger.
For what?
Let me make it bigger though. There you go.
What am I?
No, that ain't it. I didn't do it. But it won't go bigger. Can you see?
Oh yeah, I can see.
Oh, very. Do you like it, Rabbi?
Yes. Is that person? Did they have their hair up?
Yes.
Yeah.
It says Aquarius for you though. It says, yeah.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yes, it's you are. You're Aquarius king.
Yes, I am. Put that as my wish card. Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, madam.
See how we're stripping doll?
Yeah.
And soccer in here?
Yes, sir.
I do that whenever game comes on NBC, CBS. I'll have to stream it in there.
Brandon, when I go viral, you're going to work for one of those major companies and you're going to be a producer and you're going to tell them exactly all the TV shows that they should have, especially for sports.
I have a lot of sports.
Yes, you do.
NFL, NBA, and MLB.
Yes, sir.
You know, I think last night we got the game for the MLB.
Wasn't it Thursday?
Opening day.
Yeah, wasn't it on?
For the MLB.
Yeah, and they're all going now, right?
Yeah. Where did Mr. Course go?
I'm right here. I'm just figuring.
Sorry, Mr. Course.
Hey, Brandon. Hold on. Okay, I'm here. Hi.
Hello.
Wait, you can't see me. You can't see me.
Thanks, man.
Hi, Brandon. Brandon. I miss you.
I know. I'll be here with you.
I know.
It's great to. How'd you find out what those traffic? Sorry, on YouTube. Those traffic city cameras.
Oh, the cameras? What about the cameras?
The traffic cameras on YouTube.
Now, what do you say, Rabbi?
The traffic cameras on
traffic.
the traffic cameras on YouTube.
Oh, you talking about when you be looking at when I go to sleep?
Yeah.
Oh, you just do sounds for sleep or like window view. That's what Jace gotta do. Window view? Yeah.
Window view?
Mm-hmm. Let me see. I go to sleep. We do window view and just go for window view, real serious sounds. And they got different ones and just go down and you'll find you'll find it. See? Yeah, you'll find it. Wait. There it goes, right there, see? And then you can just go and get a window view, yeah, see?
What do you use to stream? Your private camera.
I do stream it. Yeah, I stream it. I stream it on here. I don't stream it, but I just push play and I do the screen share.
On your tablet?
Yeah, or on my phone.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
What time is it for you, Mr. Grace? What time is it for you?
It's 6:51 here.
It's 5:51 here.
Yeah. Yeah, you're an hour behind me. I know.
I'm in Kentucky.
Yeah, y'all about to get ready to get the Kentucky Derby, right? Soon?
Yeah, I'll watch it.
I know, you let me know when you come. I love Kentucky Derby.
Do you miss Aquarius?
I'll watch it.
Hey, what you say, Rabbi?
You like the Kentucky Derby?
I love it. I wish I could go there, but I gotta find me a rich friend.
You're telling they spend a lot of money. Spend a lot of money on the horses.
Yeah, they do. And my uncle them stay by a horse park.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you must own my big horse. And break Kentucky Derby.
Right, that might be too small. That might be too big. It's kind of cool.
Down there. You want to see my doggy?
Oh, let me see.
Look at my pretty doggy.
One moment, I'm going to refresh. I want to see him too.
Okay. Oh, he's so cute.
Her name is Princess.
You see it right there?
I don't know if you can hear me. Just one moment.
Okay, now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Let's see your dog.
Now I got to see how to get in your thing now. Let's see, how do I get in here?
Huh? What's your name, Mr. Quinn?
I'm trying to figure out how to get in here with Rabbi now.
Let's see your dogs.
Okay, correct server. I'm trying to get in here with my other account. I don't know how to get in here now.
Oh, look how sweet. Look how sweet.
Very cute. Yeah.
Look how sweet. What's your dog's name?
My name is Princess.
Oh, well, hello, Princess. You're adorable. Princess is so sweet.
Let's see. Let's see.
Princess is so sweet.
Over there. There's my cat.
Hello. Hello to all of Brandon's pets.
That's my dad right there.
Hello.
He passed away.
Okay.
Hey, let me show you one my dad.
Hey, Miss Aquarius, J-Ski's back.
Yeah, J-Ski!
Here's my dad.
Hello.
Here's my dad that passed away.
Don't leave me no more, J-Ski. Hey.
Hey, what's up? Oh, my camera. Like, I got disconnected. But hey.
Hey.
Did you see my sleep sounds that was playing last night?
Yeah, that's why Brandon was just asking how to do it. And I told her what to do. Just go to YouTube and search window view and then just scroll down and hit right. How did you do it, J-Ski?
Oh, yeah, I'll view the video and then I just like live stream it. Like I go on the Discord live stream.
Oh, yeah. How you do it, Brandon?
A box fan.
J-Ski, yay! All my friends here. Now I gotta figure out how to get in here. I got me another account so I can put my other account in another one of these channels. You got so many channels, J-Ski? Rabbi got so many channels in here.
Oh yeah, I noticed.
So I got another account that I'm putting one of the got my own little thing. I can have my own little channel and I can have one of those music things in here. I gotta figure out how to get it. Oh, I can add friends. Add by username. What's your username, Rabbi?
Good question. Period. Rabbi Rothschild rules.
So you can send me a link so I can get in there.
Miss Aquarius, you can send
Yeah.
you can just get the link directly from this channel. You see in the upper right, it says there's like a little plus button. At the very top, there's
I'm gonna do that when I'm on my other account.
Okay, I was just gonna say send it to your other account.
I'm not gonna go add my other account right now. That's why it don't work.
Okay.
I don't have my own room.
But I do it. Let me just send myself one. Let me just send myself one. What you say? I'm gonna add myself. What you say, Brandy?
He's just he's just showing us his room.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see your room. Let me see.
Oh my God. You see me? My camera's acting weird.
Uh-oh.
That's okay. These things happen.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go. You guys made my last bomb. Why is my camera not working?
Reset your computer if it's having issues.
Reset my computer?
Yep. Okay, so.
Oh, wait, my other
Right.
one. Yeah, into the creature.
Right. Wait, myself.
Here, Miss
So
Aquarius.
now.
Miss Aquarius.
Now, how did you say?
Miss
How did you say to get the thing now?
Miss Aquarius, I'll just send you the link.
You know what? It's so difficult. I was gonna do it. You just
I'm making it as easy as it can be, Miss Aquarius.
Where are you at? I don't see you send me where. Where did you send it to me?
I'm sending it to you right now. Just calm down.
Oh, okay.
Okay, check
There we go.
check your messages. Copy that.
I already got it. All we gotta do now is just copy the link and send it to mine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Here I am. There's no one.
There he is. Multiple cameras.
Like my room?
Yeah, it looks comfy.
Let me get out.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I love Mickey Mouse.
There you go. I love Mickey Mouse too, Brandon.
I suggest that skiing, huh?
He is doing his own thing.
He's doing his own thing?
He's got his computers, and he's just doing his own thing. He's here, though.
My Discord is saying, well, it's awkward.
What's awkward about it?
Rabbi, not to make you join create the other new channel.
You're going to create another new channel?
I fixed it. It did it.
Okay.
Am I live streaming in there?
It looks like it. Yep.
I'm ready to stream my Fortnite game. Go on the second.
I'll be right back, Brandon.
Okay.
Stupid shit telling me to goddamn verify them verified, right? But it won't let me come in, so fuck it. I'm not dealing with it. Delete that goddamn account. Done with that shit. I ain't got time.
Mr.
I'm gonna
Aquarius.
give them an email and tell them y'all got too much going on this Discord. Y'all keep doing all this stuff. You can't sit up here. You can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't get it started because there's so much you got to do. It's just too much. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Mr. Aquarius, calm down.
Nobody got time for that.
Mr. Aquarius, calm down. What did it say that you had to do?
I mean, even I already did it. It's pissing me off.
Okay, did you refresh?
Fuck it. I'm deleting. I did all that. Deleting it. Deleting it.
Don't delete it. Miss Aquarius, don't delete it.
I'm going on socialize. Fuck it. Don't care.
I don't know what I did.
Anyway,
I don't know what I did, but okay.
I'm just talking to you. You did a damn thing. But what I said is, fuck it. Forget it. Delete this goddamn bullshit. It's not you. You're not Discord. You're not in Discord? Oh, okay. I didn't think so.
You need help with anything?
I'm just pissed off right now because in Discord I always want you to damn do shit. I'm trying to come with my new account on this damn shit, and then when you come in his damn shit, it's already, oh, you gotta verify your email. I done verified it already. What the fuck else do y'all want me to damn do? Fucking bullshit. Tired of it.
Yeah, they send me that. Yeah, they always send me that link, and I gotta click it.
It's always something you must verify your account. I done did that. Y'all done sent it to me. What the hell else do you want me to do? This shit is bull. I'm not gonna sit up here. I don't see how the hell y'all got so many damn accounts. I can't do it. I'm just like J-Ski. I just keep one damn account.
Yeah, I just have one.
Yeah, fuck. Ain't no sense.
Do you want help or no?
Hell no, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm not verifying shit. I already did it. And they keep sending to the damn shit. I'm not doing it. Fucking baloney, man. You don't have nothing to do with it. It's Discord. It's not you. Every time you got to go to somebody's damn server, it's always a channel. You got to damn verify. Fucking bullshit. I don't like it at all. I ain't even come to this damn man shit. You always got to sit up here and damn verify stuff. Nobody ain't got time for that. Don't nobody got time for that. You want somebody to have age. Y'all need to have ages on this Discord. You got kids on here. If you want somebody to have an age thing, have an age restriction. Instead of we got to verify stuff. Tired of it. I can't just comment people shit. I can keep on doing it. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. And fucking y'all get all these goddamn accounts. And damn, y'all got the damn verify. How the fuck y'all verify with all these damn accounts? I see how what people do. Damn, got to have one account. I see how people got nitro with all these damn accounts. Shit be difficult too. I know J-Ski is happy to have this one. Ooh, wee. She's a rich friend in my life. J-Ski, can you be my rich friend? I want a rich friend. Hey, let's verify this shit. This is damn ridiculous. Nobody finna keep fucking verifying a damn fucking account every damn 5-10 minutes. Fucking bullshit. I did that already. God damn. Fucking bull. I already told y'all this motherfucker. Y'all sit up here with this bullshit.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. Let me know if you do need help, like you said, like whatever they're telling you. Because some of these servers, they
Yeah, I'm trying to get in Rabbi with my new account, but the shit keeps telling me to verify, and I did.
and the server is not, it's not asking you to have like a verified phone number, is it? It's just the verified email,
We're
right?
saying to verify email.
Okay.
I'm not gonna put no dang on the phone number in here.
Yeah, you. Hello, Mr. Target.
Not now, Zoot. Zoot, are you ready to play?
Hello, Ron.
Zoot, are you ready to play?
I'm ready to win.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, before you think that you're going to do that, I want you to go to the section below this section in the Discord and look at all of the 24/7 radio stations. I want you to go into each one and tell me which one you like the most. Zoot, you're so cute. Zoot, just check out the different music. That's okay, Zoot. You don't have to do it now, but some other time. I want to know what your favorite is. Zoot, are you ready for an invitation? Zoot, I'm sending you an invitation. And Zoot, you should know that this is 9-ball, regular, no trick shot.
I like the Joe Rogan Experience.
Excellent, but you didn't listen to any of them, and that's fine. Zoot, are you gonna accept my invitation?
I've listened to the Joe Rogan.
I know you have, Zoot. I know you have, Zoot.
12 hours of the Joe experience in my lifetime.
Just 12 hours?
Yeah.
No way. You listened to James McCann. That was 3 or 4 hours. You listened to Elon Musk. That's 3 or 4 hours. You've listened to a lot more than that.
Elon Musk, James McCann. The second time James McCann, not the first time.
Oh, Zoot, that was beautiful.
Whoa, that was a good show.
Yep.
You know what? James McCann. Who else?
I don't know. You know what's wild about this one is you can literally do absolutely no work and still win.
Yeah, no. Do you know who Wrecker is?
I've heard of that.
You watched Joe Rogan?
Yeah, dog. There are 2,500 episodes.
You would have seen them. They're twins from Adelaide who make movies now. They're all these big YouTubers now. They make movies.
Okay. Do they also stink at mini golf?
Yeah.
Dude, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this performance?
Yeah.
Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at that. That was fortunate, dude. Zoot, are you seeing this?
Yeah.
Zoot, do you see this? Are you ready?
Okay.
Are you ready for this shot, big bro?
JC, can I call you?
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's all coming to be done until next week. But sorry, but it's not going to be until come out until July.
Zoot, did you see that? That was maybe the best game ever.
Rabbi, are you going to look for comedy this year?
Dude, absolutely.
Who do you think is going to win?
I am.
What state do you think is going to win?
Melbourne, Victoria.
Probably. I don't think it's going to be South Australia, but it could be.
South Australia. Are you saying raw comedy or world comedy?
Raw comedy.
Oh, okay. Zoot, do you know that you have an invitation?
Why do you think I didn't win?
You weren't focused.
Yeah. You know what I should have said when I started off?
That you're gonna lose.
I should have just started off with a lot of my. I have a lot of friends competing tonight, but this has been my dream since I was 9 years old, so they can all fuck off and let me win.
All right. Well, way to think of something a month and a half after it occurred.
You think that would have been funny if I started off that?
No.
Like that? There's a way you can add to that which is fun.
Yeah, but that's a big if.
It's too late. Yeah.
Zoot, are you ready for the shot?
Are you gonna win?
Zoot, are you seeing how well I'm playing? I haven't missed the shot.
Do you know I was relieved when I didn't win? Do you know why?
No, why?
Because if I go there and post that goes online, then I have no control of that content whatsoever for the rest of my life.
All right. Zoot, that was amazing.
I don't know.
You're like Taylor Swift. You want the originals. Zoot, no way you hit this. That would have been one
Taylor
of the.
Swift?
Yeah, she wants the original copies of her content.
That's a different type.
Zoot, are you seeing this?
By the way, all the James McCann Adelaide shows have been released. The ones where I was in the room for.
The ones where what?
The ones where I was in the room. All the James McCann comedy shows have been released.
All right. Does James McCann stink at? Does James McCann stink at 9 Ball as well?
Yeah, probably. But yeah, all the all the James McCann Adelaide shows have been released.
Okay, that's phenomenal. Are you ready to lose?
Yep. Are you gonna watch them?
Yeah, perhaps.
Thank you to JC. He helped me.
Absolutely. Did you get verified?
Yeah, my other account is in here. You want to see it?
Oh, phenomenal. Shout out to J-Ski.
Huh?
Shout out to J-Ski. Hey, I see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent.
Thank you, JC. That's my friend.
Yes, he is.
Now. JC, you're my buddy, okay?
Yep.
This is my friend. Thank you, JC. You know I feel better. Now you can do what you was doing. I didn't mean to disturb you. Thank you, though.
If I may ask, what was the issue? If I may ask, what was the issue?
But the issue was the email thing, and so I had to go all the way to the bottom. But they kept saying spell by email, they wouldn't do it. So the little dot, he had to tell me to click that, and then, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes
Oh,
with the email, it'll sometimes hide like the rest of the message, like when you're on the phone.
Yeah.
You gotta like. Rabbi, I nearly won the break.
Okay, good job, Zoo. Well, I'm glad, Miss Aquarius, you got. I'm glad, Miss Aquarius, you got it to work. Shout out to J-Ski for his help.
Now I can go into another one.
Oh my God, that's an impossible shot.
Zoo, you can get it.
Somebody's clipping this. Everybody be careful what you say.
Miss Aquarius, everybody in here is being recorded on more devices than you can count.
Somebody's rude. Rabbi, you doing that? Oh.
Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Rabbi doing it. He said he don't want nobody. He's just doing it for people that come in here. Yeah, I'm great.
Oh, it doesn't count if you scratch.
I know, you got fortunate.
How did you scratch that?
That was really good, Zoot.
Didn't you scratch that because Miss Aquarius was talking really loud and distracted you?
Zoot, that's rude, and I'm giving you a warning.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yes, Zoot?
I'm performing tomorrow night.
Are you?
Open mic, good chance I'll be performing, yeah. Not guaranteed.
It's the first time in like...
I'm bringing people.
It's the first time in like a month, right?
For the open mic, yeah.
Is Chelsea going to be there?
Say probably about 70% chance.
That's baller. And you haven't seen her since Raw Comedy?
No, I saw her last week. I was at the show she was opening for last week. No, she wasn't opening. It was her show. It was her show with 3 people.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Because I had my show at the same venue like two hours later, so I needed to kill time.
Zoot, are you seeing this performance?
Hey, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
My podcast goes up in 2 days.
Are you excited?
I hope that no one watches it and I don't say anything. I didn't say I hope like I don't become the next top tall girl or something stupid I said, but I don't think I will.
The next top what, girl?
Top.
Oh, Zoot, I just lost.
You never know what could go viral.
That's true. Oh, go. Boo.
Do you think the podcast on Monday, anyone will clip it and make me go viral? I don't think so.
No. Alright, Zoot. I'm good for now. Come back later.
It takes a lot of time. And the Hot Tall girl had like Hot Tall went viral because she had like the guy who was running the channel had like 50,000 subscribers, so there was a lot of people that would have been editing his content regardless of whatever they put up there.
Okay, Zoot.
Shit.
Peace.
Okay,
Yay.
I got my other one at Mr. Aquarius chapter. I got it in there.
There you go, Miss Aquarius.
They had a white one, because I didn't like that background because it was like cutting off. It was like it was white in the back. So
Yeah, I saw
I got
that.
it for white. Yeah.
Oh, you're not killing Mr. Quinn. The other account.
I know, I see. That's why I tell Rabbi. So for other people to create their own voice channel.
Try doing yours?
You can't do yours. Wait, I don't have a server. I'm in the channel like you are.
Stream it up in there?
Rabbi, explain it here.
He wants to stream in your server.
I don't have a server.
Or your channel, apologies.
Yeah, my channel. I'm in my channel. You already got a channel, Brandon. We got a channel. I don't have a server. I'm in Rabbi's server. I got a channel like yours.
I don't like coming. Man, Mr. Quinn, Earl. You're on your own channel.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, hell no.
I know.
I can't wait.
You got your own channel. See what you learn? And then you can invite people and tell them about Rabbi. See you.
What got posted on?
JC can come in, and Rabbi can come to ours, and Rabbi got another thing he can come to you. Right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, somebody came in here. Who is this? Who just came in my channel? Good tomorrow. That's Brandon. Brandon came in his other account.
Yep.
Oh, he's so sweet. Okay, you can stream in mine. You're so sweet. Sorry, I can't come to yours, Brandon.
Yeah.
Because I don't have another account.
What kind of stream?
Brandon wants me to come in here. Where do you want me to come in here? Come to yours, then?
Oh, God. Stay in yours. I don't know what stay in yours, too. I'm calling about other guys staying. And stay in yours.
Okay.
And stay in mine.
Okay. So, I must be sweet. Rabbi,
Yes, ma'am.
look. So he can still stay in mine. Yeah, I don't even hear it. He's in mine. Look. Oh, no, that's mine. Now I'm in yours.
I see.
Go back to yours.
That's in mine. Okay. There we go.
I'm going to stay in there?
Am I going to stream? Yeah, I can stream. Because JC streams the sleep thing from in here.
Yeah.
So I might look at YouTube in here.
I'm sitting up in mine.
You want me to come to yours? What you want to do, Randy? You just want me to do everything. What is it? What is it?
I said streaming.
You're
I was
streaming? Okay.
I'm not. No, I'm jumping right on it.
Okay.
Don Phillips. You're only for starting euros.
Okay. So everybody can get one. They can get his own. Rabbi can get his own.
So what about next team? He's lost Jimmy?
It's not last year. I think he's doing something. He's doing something. I think he's playing. He's playing the game.
No, I'm in a call with some people.
Oh, Matt too. Said Jason.
Oh, apologies.
You're in a car with somebody, Rabbi?
Yeah,
Rabbi,
on X Spaces.
Oh, he's fine. Oh, Brandy wanted to come over here with me.
You're like Mr. Quiles.
That because I could have came over there with you. You felt like coming over here with me. I could have come over there with you. So y'all not watching no? It's a basketball, baseball game, right? Did the Braves win?
You've destroyed our opposite. What do you mean? Anyone can speak now, brother. I got to man down. What's going on, brother? Don't worry, It's young dad. All right, so that's all good. We got microphones. We got the band playing. We got the soundboard. Let's just stop for a little bit, boys. Let us go, goddamn me, folks got in the branch and all. Overlook the facts. Son, no range. He allowed for the last 15 minutes on some co-branch and tear. I was born in the range. But that's why I say I do it one day, man. See the sacrifice. Jumping to hooks. Jumping goddamn hooks. Welcome to the branch out, boys. I love y'all because I love you. Never. I even love, you know what? Even I even love you too. Big boy, man. I love you. It's pretty piece of all. I love you for friends. Obviously. I'm still with you. Yes. That was a beautiful having an effort, if I do say so myself. I bet some things ain't nothing. I want to hear that girl doing that goes all the way that touches the swim beasts. You wouldn't know it. Sunset in Mochi Guns. That's what it's going to be.
The window thing when he go to sleep. That's what I like to look at when I go to sleep. No, so Jesse, you're gonna be in here. He stays in there, and
I see the red light blinking sometimes when I'm screaming with the man. I assume that's red light. This thing's pretty good.
Brandon, do you got the other service in your other account?
That's one thing we don't have in Jamaica is a ranch. I know one colon that fixes that kind of thing. Starts with H. You tell me. Like you tell what you tell. Rastafari. Yeah. What is y'all? Friday night. Lord Jesus Christ. There you go. It's Rastafari. I don't see any goddamn blood turns. Y'all let me know.
That's so empty.
It's a good announcement. We have heard reports of the approaching the north side, the northern territory. We thought they were going to come south. They came north. Overseas, we got plenty of Bobby business. He's not going. tell and keep, allocating resources in the wrong direction. The classic double faint. You gotta put a stop to this nonsense. I got some ideas.
Why is that a bear? It's a bear. Yeah, it's a bear behind you. Yeah. But it's not big. What is it making?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Yes, I've done my best to follow every single person in here. Please, I would appreciate if you follow me back. I only provide the highest levels of content. It is the best, perhaps, X account you will ever follow. And I also wanted to include that I was on a recent podcast in Australia, the Michael Holt podcast, and Michael Phelps, eight-time gold medalist in the 2008 Olympic Games. He and I were just chilling in the hot tub, uh, but I was able to shield the coin and certainly had my Sproto merch on as I did it and told them all about it. Absolutely. And I was invited to do 5 more of them. So I'm going to have my own little series. The first one will be on life extension technology. The second one will be on how to improve the earth. The third is going to be on mega projects. The fourth is going to be on space tourism, and the final one is going to perhaps be for the search for intelligent life. And so I will be putting those in the Telegram as I have the opportunity to get them recorded. So thank you for letting me pitch that.
Listen, y'all, this is an innocent character. All this, every single goddamn student that's going to especially the live longevity, life extension stuff. Whatever those goddamn telomeres, Rabbi. That was part of the wild 2005. Whatever the telomere extension was. Go ahead.
That was not a project in which I had any leadership, but I can tell you some of the things that I think are really positive for life extension are things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps things like testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, absolutely. And then the the big development I think will be in the realm of mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm saying to you all is that there may be an opportunity, perhaps, at digital immortality, and I think that's very exciting.
You know what? I like the idea on the surface, but deep down, I think that's a bit of a fool's errand. Can you extend the inevitable forever? Can you keep rolling them dice, or does a single ever flow?
Well, the key is within reason. So the idea of living forever could actually be an incredible punishment. So that's why it's important to have the caveat that whenever you wish, if you'd like, you should be able to remove your consciousness under your own consent.
You should make that illegal, man. If you're up like 7 waste on that hard drive space for those dreams, come on, man.
Well, the idea of hard drive space really won't become an issue. You can fit the entire, I believe, consciousness of a human being on something than less than like 10 petabytes. It's like 6 petabytes for the average individual. Okay, I mean that's just like your opinion, but wait, and that's what I just said. It's about 6 petabytes, and the idea of being able to perhaps expand on storage capability is becoming a reality. I mean, come on, you all here were of similar ages. You remember when computers maybe didn't even exist, but then became it was important to have kilobytes and then megabytes and then gigabytes were big. Now we're in the terabyte realm. Most certainly.
It's a logarithmic growth. It ain't no. It's not restrictions.
That's exactly right. And so if you think about it, in a generation, today's terabyte will be tomorrow's petabyte, and so on.
So perhaps in 20, 30 years of exponential growth in terms of microprocessing speed, we see ourselves as literally one mirror of the human mind, molecular level, atomic level.
That's correct. And what I'm basically saying is that this, in the same way that you have in a video game a save point, you might be able to have some type of digital insurance on yourself. If something were to, God forbid, happen to you, you fell off a cliff while base jumping or skydiving, or you were in some type of accident, and your family wanted to essentially regenerate your previous existence back to that save point, you may have that opportunity. And for anyone out there who's ever lost anybody, this gives people a lot of hope, perhaps, that you may be able to limit the losses for the future generations of your family. And there's even another type of technology known as revivification technology, where we may actually be able to bring people who were once dead back to life.
Bring them all back. You know what? That's amazing. We can have a little shindig, a little hoedown. All my dead relatives, great grandfather, great great grandfather, every single person uploaded in some kind of cyber clone body. So, you know, that yeah, get every single great grandma's back. Oh shit. Great grandma's back too. Oh man, this is so true. Go ahead and look for it. Thanks to technology of some kind. We get more specific with it. When you listen to Rabbi Rothschild coming up the street. Rabbi Rothschild, see your hands and continue out praise and all stuff.
Apologies, I didn't realize it was still up. If I may ask, has anybody heard from our favorite mascot, Bitcoin Obama, recently?
I saw Bitcoin Obama. He flew over my house. He does tend to do that a lot of the time. He gets him companies he better be abused. He's sort of yeah. I saw him munching like people with balls and plastic bags and mud. Yeah. You think that's recycling? You think that's some kind of effect on the? Yeah, he's like a Caesar. He's eating all my trash. He used that as an excuse to get access down to the beach. He's got layers. I hope so. The Bitcoin baby turtles that come out of there are going to be worth more than their weight in gold. I'll sell that London circus. Bitcoin. Everybody knows such a best friends of many people and probably all time. I think Doja Law and Mars had a crash, maybe. Excuse me. Why? I was just getting this bad news. What? Yeah. Should I go ahead? Go ahead and suck my dick. No. What do you mean, no? I'll be a goddamn, you're a damn too. So, yeah. We're going to buy the 6 back. In 10 seconds, I'm even going to turn that down. Okay. It's a no mark to it. So, I would love to take everyone. You know, there's a funny thing that happened to me recently. I got nominated for a political post. All thanks to you here. What? Sincerely, yeah. Sincerely, I got nominated for a political post. So, I got nominated for a political post.
Nigerian? You got
Yeah.
goddamn Nigerian government supposed to take us Bitcoin?
For real, yeah. They know all about you. So they were.
Well, I don't give a fuck about that. Send Tanubu to my house.
And he's on that age again. I think he's going to die very soon.
What? I'm sorry, what were you saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's an opportunity for a positive change. You know, like you guys really sparked. Now you know you were the start of something great in this community. In my area, yeah, you know, a lot of people are trying to replicate what you did, but they don't know legends only do the things that you did.
Legends only tell me what to do.
So like you sparked up positive things in my area here.
We got you put in jail. They say we did positive things for you. We put you in jail. It's not good. You should be dead in jail. What's wrong with you?
I'll be giving you updates, yeah. So like it's been roller coaster of emotions since.
What the fuck? So how long have you been in prison, Big Boy Mandela? Really? How long have you been in jail? You probably got locked up for one day for like a misdemeanor for busting a flyer that said you're Big Boy. What are you talking about, Big Boy? You got arrested for political speech thanks to taking Bitcoin exclusively?
Yeah, you see, for the rest of my life, yeah, I'll be completely grateful. Like this is another dimension. Like I've always loved being at the tip of everything. So like this has been really great for me, you know.
What are you talking about? You went down and said, okay,
Bro, that's an imaginary deal.
that's what I'm saying. Shut the fuck up, Big Boy. I have a word. It's some shit. That means what I'm saying. All right, listen, I'll put up on now. You know. All right, Big Boy Mandela, welcome back from your goddamn made up jail.
Yeah. It's nice being here.
Straight to hell.
So how's everything going? I love the vibe here.
Shut
Have
up,
you started
bitch.
DJ work? Are you not a DJ? I have a picture of a very beautiful cow for you. You love ranches, right? There's a cow picture I have here. Oh, you're making me laugh out loud in the middle of the night. It's the midnight.
It's on the same piece of goddamn too. Yeah, that's that. Well, man, you can ask me 2 seconds, Big Boy Mandela.
So what work are you doing now?
I said 2 seconds. I'm at 20 seconds, really. You know what I mean?
Do you think now or just
No.
this?
Put your bombs in Nigeria today.
You suck at your DJ work.
Some nuclear bombs coming to your village.
Nah,
What is it? Momo Taco Village! Alright, now the song's over. That's a goddamn question.
sound like you're high. You take alcohol.
Yeah, you wish. I'm high to get be the goddamn live. Come on, Mandela. On the goddamn airplane blue. Time for a bomb.
You, Rabbi. You got me.
Rabbi tired of me.
What up, Pink?
I'll turn down TV bang, I'll turn down.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son?
Call him motherfucking Yellow Billy. Big Corn Mandela.
Bitcoin Mandela. I took a poll of the entire Bitcoin verse, and they all want to know when you're going to follow me back.
Follow back with some Rothschild.
Rabbi, I would just like to wish you a happy Easter next week.
All right, well, you enjoy that. I will be celebrating Pesach, my man. Any news on Bitcoin Obama in all seriousness? Is he okay?
We sent him to a FEMA camp to get his foreskin extracted.
We back up in the FEMA conference line have no goddamn good reason. 20 years those things flopping around. Good use. Now we got Palantir make loose of everybody. That's perfect. Silent and relentless news.
Rabbi, I have a good update for you.
Please, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so I heard Bitcoin Obama singing on Brilliant's Space some days ago. So,
Have you heard about Bitcoin Obama space?
yeah, I did.
It's live.
Excellent. So he's alive and breathing. What about his friend? His vertically challenged friend?
The midget.
Society that really did. What's more than we love?
Yes, how is that person?
This is my son. That was the midget, Sonny. Low down little size halfway shrimp. He's a good best sells more. Let's go to Bitcoin Obama every day. That's for sure. Sonny growing a business. He's too busy today, so everyone's Big old man down the plane. So where we going, Mr. Lowe?
No, I'm still here.
I don't tell you, guys. Where goddamn Nigeria you from anyway? You from that different town over like?
No. I'm not from town.
Lagos.
Yes, I'm close to Lagos.
Lagos like the goddamn blocks.
It's been a while.
Lego building, you guys got a real building.
I didn't hear you. Obama is in Kano. I hope you're all right.
Obama's Kano. He's in the middle of goddamn nowhere.
He's a legend there. He's a legend there.
He's a legend in Kano State. He's the only person who made more than $50 an entire year.
How's the cell phone store?
What?
How's the cell phone store?
He has to answer our phone, so I think he's gonna say that. But he filed chapter 5.
Does Nigeria have a chapter 5?
I think we just changed the name and go to a different town.
You go from selling iPhones to Androids or vice versa?
Bitcoin Obama is not a good entrepreneur.
You don't say.
Bro, I didn't know that even lasted
Last I heard, he was attempting to get a 2011 white Mercedes Benz. Does anyone know anything further on his vehicle choice?
I think he did. You got it? Yeah. He didn't put a single photo because he wants to keep making it. He used to have a red Frontier. Very snazzy. He really got no shape. We gotta
Riser, how are you?
Yo,
dog.
how's it going?
I'm lovely. I'm in the middle of a call with the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu crew. How's life in your neck of the woods?
Oh, very good, very good. Continue, I don't want to interrupt.
No, are we going to watch documentaries?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I was gonna. Did you watch the one that I streamed? The first one.
I watched it all.
On a hard body.
Dude, yeah, and I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news, but did you see why they don't do that contest anymore?
No, not really.
I mean, you would either know or you wouldn't. It's not like a not really thing.
I mean, tell me the reason why they don't do it. Because I think they do it because Mr. Beast has done competitions that are like based exactly on that, like origin of hand on the thing, last one to take it off.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying who can stay on base the longest. I'm talking about this dealership in Texas. Why they don't do it anymore?
Okay, why is that?
They don't do it because in 2007, a contestant, after 50 hours or so of hands on a hard body, went across the street to the Kmart that was closed, broke in, loaded a shotgun that he stole from the store, and offed himself.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's awful. Hi, Mama Riser. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah,
Nice to hear your voice again.
absolutely. You as well. So Riser, yeah, how terrible is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty sad.
Oh,
but that's. I mean, I feel like they could definitely perhaps still do it if they had like a spotter and medical stuff.
Too tragic.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
the dealership got sued by the widow of the guy, basically for not having proper like psychiatric care, and so here's the breakdown. Here we go. Pardon me. It was 2005. So the contest became a national phenomenon. It was ultimately discontinued following a tragic incident in 2005 where participant Richard Thomas Vega did what I said after dropping out of the competition, leading to legal action against the dealership regarding the effects of sleep deprivation.
they didn't have a good enough waiver, I guess.
Well, I don't know exactly, but that's really sad. I mean, um, when you're sleep deprived, you begin to hallucinate, your body becomes weak, and you're basically pushing these people to their limit. And the rest system, I don't think is really wasn't that great. It was like 5 minutes per hour and 15 minutes per 6 hours. Um, Also, you're dealing with the heat. Boy, wasn't that one guy like extremely excited about his air conditioner? A 20-ton air conditioner. Do you recall this part of the? I heard him say that.
That made me laugh.
I immediately had to look up how big is a 20-ton air conditioner. It's huge. He's like, you could kill yourself. You could freeze to death with my air conditioner. like, wow, how big is this thing? And apparently, he did get it at a good price or whatever, and he could literally turn his living room into a refrigerator, which was pretty fascinating. I was
minus 12 degrees the AC goes into. And then his wife, like, they were both missing teeth. The wife was missing the two front teeth on the top, and then he was missing, like, the two bottom ones.
Yeah.
And together when they kissed, it was like a full mouth forming. And
that was
the wife, he's like, I had to move out my children out of the house so that we didn't use that 20,000 or 20-ton AC to acclimate her to the heat. And I thought she was gonna win because he was like, my wife is stubborn as a mule, and like she can stay up for like 100 hours at a time. And I didn't even understand what the competition really was at first, because like the rests and stuff. I was like, wait, are they gonna just like take like nap time, or like what's gonna happen here? But then once I figured out it was like a sleep deprivation contest, basically. Like holding the truck is like the easy part. It's the staying awake part that is like the real challenge. Like that's like the whole thing basically. And there's some crazy characters
and the
in that
standing.
thing.
As I watched this, it was heartbreaking to me that we have people who have millions and billions and perhaps trillions of dollars, and yet you have other people who have absolutely nothing and are just giving everything of themselves for a truck that is going to depreciate within a year of its ownership to half its value, and then from there eventually it will just become scrap. Yet these people were sacrificing everything. They were sacrificing their jobs, they were sacrificing time with their families. It was fascinating to me, their mental health, their physical health. um, it was fascinating to me, the really religious lady who kept listening to cassettes. Man, I wondered what was on her cassettes. And how she was
the part where she would just like burst out laughing was really funny to me.
And she had her whole religious congregation. Like, I love this, that one lady was interviewed who was like, I was praying for her at 6 a.m. and she told me at 6 a.m. she just began to laugh. Well, I'm not taking credit for that, but I know other people were praying for her as well. I just thought that was so cute. Like, that her whole congregation was going for her. And
yeah, no one else had any like objects on the bed of the truck. She had like 5 cassette tapes and like 2 Bibles.
Exactly. She made that thing her desk, and it made me think, like, where would I want to put my hand? Would I want to put it on the bed? Would I want to put it like on the side mirror, like on the hood? And I found it interesting. There was all kinds of like um, strategy that I was thinking, and then, you said the sleep deprivation would be difficult, and it absolutely would. I think another issue is the standing. Like, if you noticed, the third to last person to leave, the guy when they were doing drug tests, that man who had won the previous year or 2 years or whatever. It's like they don't have some kind of like condition in this contest that says you can't just keep winning trucks every year. But apparently they didn't think of that at the time. Usually a contest like that says if you win once, you're done, or you can't compete for 10 years or 20 years or something. You got to give somebody else a chance. But that guy was back, and I thought he was going to do better. But I found it sad that, like, he was so confident too, but he just could barely walk to the drug test, and they were like he never returned to the truck, and that was really sad. And then that lady just jamming along. I figured, like, no one's touching this lady, though that one guy just basically had gleaned, the guy who won gleaned all of the information that he needed. And uh, the other issue is you weren't allowed to squat either, because I thought, well, why wouldn't you just squat? Like, but no, there's none of that. I would have an issue with the bathroom. Like, I don't know. What if I have to go to the bathroom? I know you every 5 minutes or every hour you get 5 minutes or whatever, but sometimes you have to just go to the bathroom, and that would have been a challenge. I
Well,
was
5, yeah, you got to watch what you eat too.
exactly.
Try to eat as little or time it. You have to time it for like, is it the 6-hour intervals? You get 15 minutes.
Yeah, which is not a lot.
Yeah.
I would have told them when I was on my break, don't talk to me. That's my break. I'm using all of that energy to rest. You can talk to me when I am against the truck, but they weren't using that type of strategy. That one
It's pretty fun. Like people on their breaks, they're getting like
massages, absolutely.
Some people are getting like massages. Other people are like smoking cigarettes and eating Snickers. Like the polarity there is interesting.
Right. That one guy.
Some people are getting vitamins, like vitamins and oranges. Other guys just like chocolate bar.
Right. I was very happy that. Go ahead.
What?
Rabbi, about that other one that we loved.
Yeah, I did.
I love that.
What movie?
I did. I told you about searching for sugar.
Yeah. Yeah. It's something that I have to see. I found it interesting that they were that one. I thought she was a pretty lady, especially for the conditions she was under, and she ended up winning the next year. I was really happy for her. She made it like 40.
Oh yeah, that girl. Yeah, she did come back.
Yeah, and that I think is a great story. That they made that documentary into a musical.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it was at the San Diego Playhouse in 2013.
So
I don't know.
Christopher loves musicals and plays.
It was
It's
a
an interesting topic for a musical because it's like normally you have scenes and like the scenes are like we're going to this location and they change the background, but this one would basically be like we have a Mazda and we're all putting our hands on it and singing songs about people getting out.
the documentary was adapted into a musical, Hands on a Hardbody, commissioned by La Jolla Playhouse, La Jolla, California. The book is by Doug Wright, music by Amanda Green and Trey Anastasio. That guy's famous. He did something big. Um, he's in Fish. He's the lead guitarist, composer, and singer songwriter of Fish. Lyrics by Amanda Green, music by and staging by Sergio Trujillo, and direction by Neil Pope. After a run at La Jolla in 2012, the musical had a brief engagement on Broadway at the Brooks Atkinson Theater, with previews beginning February 23rd, 2013, opening on March 21st, 2013, and closing on April 13th, 2013, playing 28 previews and 28 performances. The musical received 3 Tony Award nominations.
wow.
I wonder what the music was like. There might be a soundtrack somewhere.
I can imagine the names of the songs. My legs hurt. When can I sit down? How much longer until the break? And all of the other classics.
Take a crap.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting as well that they were very strict, or they like people felt that the judges should be stricter, and the marketing director of the dealership or the contest was like, look, they're voluntary, they're doing their best, but there are people. That one lady like exploded. She was like, they took their hands off the truck. If you're not going to enforce this, I don't want to participate. It's like, all right, calm down. I understand, I get what you're saying. That's a legitimate gripe, but I don't know if
Yeah, they showed one person literally take her hand off, and they like slow moed it and replayed it, and then she put the hand down and then like lied to like the judges on camera. They didn't win, but I feel like yeah, if you're gonna have a competition about no hands on the truck, like they should have enforced it better and been strict, but it's kind of pre the days where they had just like GoPros and like 15 different cameras that they'd set up and review. I'd imagine it'd be like more of a nuisance to do all that.
That's true. And it was a small dealership in rural Texas, and it didn't have.
Oh yeah, was this whole thing like an advertising ploy
Oh, of
to
course,
promote the Mazda?
of course. That wasn't it a Nissan?
Sorry, yeah.
Uh,
Nissan.
yeah. So, and this would be a popular thing that radio stations and dealerships would do. Dealerships are very common advertisers, and so you could get the radio station at your location for long periods of time, and also they're going to talk about how nice the car is or the truck or whatever it would be. This was very popular, I would say, in the 90s in the United States until this incident. I wondered what happened to these because they stopped. Now, I understand with the YouTube world where you can have people have perhaps better waivers and such that it becomes more popular, but this used a big one that they used to do was who could drink the most amount of water, and that killed people. And then the radio contests would do that. That was another popular one that they would do. But the
I
car
mean,
one,
hot dog contests have been around forever,
most certainly,
and they have people that are just crushing it
most
doing that.
certainly.
But they're not like advertisements, I don't think, unless they're advertising hot dogs.
I would love for them to
They
do
probably
a "Where Are They Now" of the people in that documentary. Like, hey, you guys did this. You could tell they bonded over each other, and none of them really got too upset at the other person, even when they took their hands off or whatever. And if you saw at the end when the guy and the lady, the person who came in first and the person who came in second, they were embracing, like they had gone through like trauma together or this like enduring challenge, which I thought was really interesting. That they weren't mad at each other. That lady was really nice, and um, I would have liked it to have had a narrator because it's just like I needed more of the information regarding like the rules, what was going on, who was who, what was what. It was a lot of just like my feet hurt, my
they
legs
didn't
hurt.
even show people that were in the competition until like 5/8 of the way into like the movie. Like we find out like one of like the finalist people is like some Mexican guy who's like pretty young. And it's like they only showed him like at the very like towards the end. It's like we didn't even know he was in the movie.
Yeah. Um, I thought it was really interesting. I found it interesting as well that Quentin Tarantino recommends it as one of his favorite documentaries. I was trying to interpret it like the camera work, the sound and things. It's just like a beautiful snapshot of American life in the mid '90s, and I thought that was really interesting. I found it very sad though how poor the people were, and they were making such major sacrifices for perhaps nothing. I mean, a lot of them, uh, most of them walked away with nothing. The first prize got the truck. Second prize got a $250 gift certificate, and then third prize got some gift certificate to some restaurant or something. Like that's it. But these people,
Yeah, they could have given all the participants like $10 or something.
well, you know what? That's funny. Whenever these things are mentioned, it takes me back to the 2012 giveaway for some video game contest, and I mention it often. But what the grand prize was, and then uh, numbers like 7 through 10 or something, or maybe here's what it was. The famous Bitcoin video game contest occurred in 2011 during the AOV IC Cup Star League StarCraft Broad War, where the 5th through 8th place finishers received 25 Bitcoins each as consolation prizes. At the time, the prizes were worth approximately $41.25 in total. But if held, they would now be valued at $2.5 million, given Bitcoin's current pricing. So basically, did she say, I wonder if anybody held on to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Then there's the classic, the Bitcoin pizza, the first ever documented transaction of Bitcoin for a commercial product was for Papa John's, May 22nd, 2010, for 10,000 Bitcoin for two pizzas. And it's considered the most expensive pizza in history. Um, so it's about worth about $1 billion. Which is just absolutely wild. So, yeah, I was enjoying that one that we were watching yesterday, the second one, but so we should. I don't want to say we finished that tonight because it was kind of boring, but um, it's something that was fascinating to me as well. That they were doing this.
We'll finish the last half hour.
Yeah, absolutely. They were doing this contest for 5,000 pounds. Now I understand 5,000 pounds in 1960s pounds is more significant because of inflation and such, but
300 grand or something.
which to me seems like somewhat low.
For risking your life going into unknown water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But okay, so what's on the agenda for tonight for documentaries?
I think we're gonna watch the internship, the movie, not documentary. But I do have another documentary. A few. I mean, there's always more documentaries to research. I have some other ones in the pipeline, so I'll hit you up for that. I just wanted to call and talk about the hands on the Mazda car because I thought it was
Nissan.
funny. Nissan, yeah. And they're just like, I just want to win this truck. The Texas accents were like killing me.
Yeah.
One lady said like they're like required to wear these like gloves, and then she was like, there's something like her hands got like too itchy or something at the end.
Right.
And then it was like burning her skin, so she had to just drop out.
And what she said,
then
she didn't realize her one hand was burning, so she took her other hand off to itch it, and then she had removed both her hands, and she was disqualified.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you would have had some loophole to get over like the no leaning thing, because like the leaning, like not no leaning was like the one rule where it's like you better be standing, and the instructor guys like you can't like lean on the car at all, I guess.
Right. I mean, there's not really a great loophole around that. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, use some kind of stilt system that I've seen, but it wasn't really around in the 1990s. But basically, imagine like leg, not leg stilts, but leg.
You have an exoskeleton, I
Yeah,
guess.
exactly. And I've seen that, and you can somewhat make it look like you are standing with that. But I'm sure it would have made some kind of sound, or somebody would have been like, "You're taking like you're hunched over a little bit." I think that if I were running a contest like that, I would not have it. You had to keep your hand on it for whatever. I would give people like it had to stay on continuously for the entirety or whatever, aside from breaks, unless it was less than 5 seconds, something like that. Because really, um, if you get into like physics, no one really touches anything. If you really think about it, it's just like molecular repelling. Uh, the atoms don't really actually touch, and so you aren't really touching it anyway.
Everyone's disqualified.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
exactly.
After all that.
I would say that I found it interesting the drug test at the end. I don't know if they knew that that drug test was coming, and it made me think.
Or it may have been introduced at like a later year or something after the first guy won. It was just popped up on God knows what
Well,
during the breaks.
well, imagine you were like, I mean, the some type of stimulant would probably be of certain advantage to you, and then all of a sudden they would be like, "Oh yeah, we have a drug test." You'd be like, "Oh, I did all of this only to test hot for a drug
I was
test at the
gonna
end."
say like there's like if you have ADHD, you get prescribed Adderall, which is literally amphetamine. So I was like, if you medically need the drug, it's not like an illicit controlled substance. Would that be allowed? Because you can get pharmaceutical amphetamines depending on your condition, and you can get a lax ADHD condition.
In
thing.
1990s rural Texas, no one had an ADHD diagnosis.
I'm aware.
Now,
But
let's say you did have to have something, then you would just have a doctor's note, and then it would perhaps be allowed. But those people, no, they're they'd never. I would almost, I would, I would highly. I have high confidence that not a single person in that documentary had ever heard the phrase ADHD or that acronym. No, if anything, in the United States at that time, perhaps Ritalin, but that was more prescribed to children. And I found it interesting that the guy who came in third and the guy who came in first, they weren't like perfectly standing straight. They were like kind of dancing a little bit, like swaying from side to side, which kind of, in my opinion, would have been a little bit of a waste of energy. Um,
no,
I
because like the guy who came in third, it was a awesome character. I love hearing him talk. But he went off to the washroom. He was like, my ankles are numb, my feet are numb, and a few other people said that they're getting numb from standing still. So I think that was like why the guy in first probably won is because the previous winner told him like you need to keep your body moving and circulation going and blood flow into your damn legs or else they're gonna go numb and then it's not gonna be a good time.
I wonder what that kind of contest would be like if you allowed people the opportunity to sleep. If people would just go for like hundreds of days, which I imagine they might. That's why they force it to do that. If you allowed like an 8 hour sleep break, it would basically be like who doesn't have something that they need to go to for the next year. And so this it's really about sleep, perhaps, and the standing aspect of it was interesting too. I wondered, they were talking about like the heat, and at least they weren't exposed to the sun. That would have been an issue. um
Well, the
the
one guy was like, yeah, get rid of the tents. Let's crank it up.
Right.
Make the car scalding hot.
Yeah,
It's burning you.
a, bl-
We'll see how many people last.
a black tarp, that's an issue. That lady who won the next year, she was funny. She was like putting on her makeup like on the truck bed. The ladies were taking their real estate on that truck bed. With the lady with the cassette tapes, and the other lady had her like compact, and she's like putting on makeup. And there was the one lady who lost or dropped out pretty early, where she was like, "I was a waitress, or I'm a waitress or whatever, and I need this. I absolutely." They all needed it. Nobody does a contest like that if they're not in serious need for something. And I wish they all could have won it. I would love to see
I
a.
mean, it's the equivalent of like a $60,000 truck being given away. Like it's like a lot of money for most people
Agreed.
who want to do it.
I would love to see a "Where Are They Now" with these people. Many of them, I'm sure, have died. Some of them, though, I'm sure are still alive and could give a really great sequel. They should do it again. Everybody who's still alive, there should be some dealership out there that should recognize that this is an excellent opportunity to capitalize on nostalgia, and they could have all of the necessary medical treatment for anyone there. But you'd take all of the people, they'd be like, they'd probably be in their, they'd be middle aged, or if not older. Obviously, some of them were middle aged then, and see how well they could do for a brand new Nissan truck today.
Yep.
I'd watch
Yeah.
it.
The winner guy from like the previous year was like, I think the only guy that could compete with me on this would be like some guy who recently got out of like the Marine Corps, and then they like show the guy who's like, I recently got out of the Marine Corps, but he only lasted 2 days or something, which was a little surprising. But he said that his body was giving out, so maybe he wasn't.
I would have been like
enough.
I would have been like the one guy who was like, I was so excited for the contest that I didn't sleep the night before the contest started, so I'm already like sleep deprived. I would have been exactly like that guy. I would have really had some trouble getting to sleep. I would have been thinking about my strategy, and then his friend was like, "Yeah, you shouldn't have eaten that candy bar. Candy's the thing that'll do you in." And it's like, no, maybe it was the fact that you hadn't already slept an extra day.
Oh, did he actually say that?
Yeah, he had a friend of his who was, well, the one guy he had a hat on. He's an African American man. He said, I was just so excited that this contest is starting Monday morning, and I wasn't able to sleep the night before, and so I'm already going into it really tired. And then he had made it like at least 24 hours or something, and he was just like, I. He was worried about the rain and the lightning and thunder. It's like, dude, that's what's gonna scare you, not like, being having no sleep or having to stand or whatever, like some lightning and thunder. But he dropped out after something like 24 to 36 hours or something, and his friend was like, yeah, you shouldn't have had that candy bar. Candy's not the way to do it. And they didn't really give his response, but I just remember thinking to myself, wow, way to kick this guy when he's down, that he's already exhausted. He already didn't sleep the night before the contest, and you think that he didn't do well because he had a candy bar. I thought that was unfortunate. Another
I
thing.
like how the camera crew was like trying to like find like interview people on their way out, and sometimes they just failed miserably.
Right.
And they're like, oh, she's gone. And they're like, have you seen whoever? And they're like, oh yeah, she's just wandering home at like 4 a.m. after being up for like 4 days. No one drove her home, even though she had a friend there.
The fact that
and then they barely got to the girl who quit because she was being honest and pissed off about the referees not calling people out. She was like hopping in her car, and they like rushed over to her.
The fact that they did not have food and coffee, and I'm sure they probably had water, but like, I would think, or you would think, that there would be some type of restaurant or something that would want to get involved with this to make sure that the people were adequately sustained. But it didn't seem that way. That one lady, the pretty lady, was like, I had to have some police officer go get me a cup of coffee because I just needed something. And the other people, like, you wouldn't expect like a police officer to have to go get coffee. That wouldn't happen today. That there's not like that type of relationship between a the authority. I mean, they'd have to put it on TikTok.
If a guy had asked that, it was like an old guy, he may not have.
Exactly. But you would think that they would have had just like coffee there for them and water or lemonade or something, but it did not seem like they had that much. They had to have like their families come and support them. And the guy who won, I mean, he said he was going to give the truck to his wife, which was a nice thing, and he already had a truck. He seemed like he seemed like he could have gone longer. It wasn't like uh, coming down to the end for him. I thought it was a very interesting. Pardon me.
Right. seemed like he was in the best shape. He smoked.
Right.
He was older.
Right.
Like I wouldn't have been able to get just lining them up for the one that would win it.
I agree. They were.
But when they said his background story, he said that he used to go hunting, and he would just have to sit and wait and wait and wait and be patient, and then wait some more. So he was just like a master at just waiting, it seemed.
But the
And
key
there's
word
like
there is sit.
Also, like another good point that I think the defending winner or whatever it made was like, it's a contest of who can keep their sanity the longest.
I agree with
Because
that.
you just like your mind goes crazy after being sleep deprived for so long.
Well, that lady just laughing like randomly, that would freak me out. I'd be like, "What is on those cassettes? Why are you think? Why do you think this is so funny?" And the guy who said he would be in the deer stand or whatever, you sit in those things. So I didn't know if that would be such an advantage. They talked about the age, the like right age of someone. Like some people were saying, like 19 to 27. I would probably think that there'd be some advantage to that, but then again, just having experience is another thing. But like Mama Reiser said, the guy smoked. The winner smoked. He wasn't super thin. Like the guy who came in third and won previously, that guy seemed thinner. The lady who came in second, she was not in good shape at all, and yet she did really well. It's interesting to me too that it went for like 70 hours, but the year before went 87 hours, and like just the toil that must have had. Um, I found it to be just quite an interesting documentary. I appreciate you sharing it.
Yeah. Now the record was like 102 hours, which is like 4 days of being awake. It's a lot. You can die of sleep deprivation. I'm pretty sure.
Most certainly. Clandestine organizations have used it against people as a type of torture.
Yep. Yeah. What do you have any strategy to stay awake, or what's the longest time you've stayed awake?
I think I did 3 days, and um, I the strategy was basically like tons of caffeine, and um, I would say that that's about my maximum until I'm just so tired that I don't hallucinate, but I just like the world becomes very slow to me. My processing skills are weakened, um, and I don't like doing that. On this stream, the longest I've gone, I think, is 2 days of no sleep, and usually that would happen under a case where I would sleep a lot the day before, like I don't know, 12, 14 hours or something for one reason or another. And then I'd be trying to get my hours back to normal. Um, whether that would be, I'd be able to do that, it's difficult. So I have done some pretty long endurance without any type of, um, medical prescription or something like that. Your body after like 36 hours starts to really slow down, and you're not able to process, certainly, um, be in your sharpest form. And you also, like, whenever I've done it, I haven't been very having to have to be very physically active during it. um, that causes a lot of issues, I think, because you just become tired. And if you are
I think
extreme,
a monk, like if a bunch of did it, they would be able to like meditate, rest, and like actually like somehow not like last a lot longer.
uh, yeah, perhaps I would learn about like MK Ultra torture tactics of the CIA. And one of the things that they would do is sleep deprive people. And uh, I think the longest that they ever had somebody, I don't know if this is published, was like a month. and they did it with light and sound, and the people were never the same thereafter. So there's a certain point that you reach where you become like reprogrammed. Like it's an awful type of torture, and so I do my best to not go down that far. Uh, if anything, I just try to get adequate sleep and rest.
Some guy who was on a Mr. Beast video was like, it was like, who can stay in prison for like 30 days or something, and they like wouldn't really let the guy leave, like on his own, and they were like keeping the lights on and like literally sleep torturing this guy, and he was like traumatized by it and wanted to like sue Mr. Beast or something. But I thought after like 10 days you can just like die.
Oh,
But sharks and like orcas and stuff can sleep like with a quarter of their brain or like half their brain, and then be awake for like the rest of the brain is awake. So they could do this contest probably. It would go on forever if there's sharks on in the sun. But
I can recall one time I was on spring break with some friends, and we went to Las Vegas, and we were gonna go to Mexico, and we did. And I'd been up like already like 36 hours or something, um, and I was already really tired, and we were driving to Mexico from Las Vegas, and we needed a driver, and all my friends were like, we don't want to do it, we don't want to do it, and I didn't want to do it either, and I was so tired that I had to pull over, and I said, "Look, either one of you other guys drives, or I'm going to fall asleep while I drive." And so, fortunately, we got coffee, and somebody else drove, and I was able to get some rest. But I can recall that was one time where I was probably up for at least 40 hours or so because of all the traveling we were doing and such. But then another time,
well, you've met Apollo, right? You've met Apollo before. He would just go driving like 22 hours a day and sleep for like 2 hours, but do that over like every single day for like years.
right? Yeah,
which is wild to me.
He's been in my house. Yeah. I had another incident that occurred. This was on stream. This was in like 2022, I want to say, and I would uh, get up really early. I was running projects for a major corporation I was running global projects, and so I had a group that I was helping in what's called APAC, that's Asia Pacific area. Then EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East. I had another set of projects, and then I was helping a Latin American team, and then a Canadian team, and basically I would be up at like 3:30 in the morning or so, and I would be on a live call by 5 a.m. and I would just lead what's called like a scrum. Like basically, I was a scrum master, uh, basically leading these projects of different developers, and I would do that until like midday or so, until maybe 2 or 3 o'clock, and then I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim and hit golf balls. And I did this one day. It really was just.
You just got arrested for drunk driving.
I know. And I was burning my candle at both ends, as they say, and I just kept losing more and more sleep. And I was driving home live while streaming on GoPros, and fortunately, my car had a self-driving element to it. It basically had lane protection, and I fell asleep for about, I would say, like 30 seconds going 70 miles an hour on the 405. And I was really close to my house, but I remember being like, whoa, like I had to snap out of it and roll my windows down. And I was very close to my house, but just thinking to myself, like, I can't do this. I cannot run myself to the point where I'm absolutely exhausted. It can be very dangerous. And like Apollo would do, there's something called West Coast turnarounds, which are like pet pills, caffeine pills, and They used to be much more legal, at least in the United States. Um, uh, Different over-the-counter types. They call them pep pills or like weight loss supplements that were basically legal stimulants that people would use to lose weight. That became illegal. It was called phenendrine. It was called fen. Was the big lawsuits that occurred because they caused cardiac arrest. But this used to be something that people would do to stay up for really long periods of time. Truck drivers, especially.
I was driving to the airport once at like 5 a.m. and we were like in a taxi thingy limo, and then the car in front of us, I'd never seen anything like this, but just scraped into the guardrail in front of us, and just like sparks were just flying out like it was like a miter saw just cutting through steel. Like just tons of sparks for like 7 seconds, and then the car like was like oh, and then just like woke up or something and just continued driving along in front of us.
Did that person fall asleep?
They're either drunk or fell asleep or both, probably.
I could see that. Well, it's sleep deprivation is very dangerous, and in a case like that, I would have expected the the dealership to recognize that they're pushing these people to the limit. I was also really interested. I found it really interesting that they had wireless microphones. If you notice, they had wireless microphones back then that were live on the radio. And I understand why you would want that because a cable to a radio station would be extremely prohibitive. But that seemed like pretty advanced technology that they had. I just found it to be a really great time capsule of what life was like then. And it was very accurate to it.
Yeah, and I guess was it just happening in Texas where they're doing that?
No, these happened.
Car
These,
on competitions, or was it around?
these happened in every city in the United States at some point. Essentially, every small town, every probably medium-sized town to large cities, and especially when the radios got involved, because that was constant advertising for the dealership.
Right, but nowadays they don't. There's nothing really that's like a crazy public contest that they're doing for cars, is there?
Because the
It's more.
lawsuits became so people became so litigious that hey, you caused mental strain against me. So and so cheated. They're they don't do them anymore.
Yeah, another strategy that I like, no one did in that particular contest because they're all like nice people or whatever. But I've seen it in like the Mr. Beast ones where it's like okay, everyone's going to sleep or whatever, and just one person just to try and weed out the competition just goes off screaming all night so no one can sleep.
Well,
Just to like make it much more intense, and so I mean, the one girl, arguably like the gospel girl, was like being like super annoying and trying to annoy people out of them. But the other lady was like, "I'm just gonna block it out. It ain't
right.
gonna affect me."
Well, in the Mr. Beast ones, they let people sleep, so that's the big hindrance to these. Um, I also think that the dealership model has changed a lot. So dealerships used to make their money generally on selling new cars. They didn't make so much on selling used cars. That's why they always push new cars. And then they made some money on the service. Today, they make more money on the service than they do the selling of new and used cars. So basically, they have you as a customer for a much longer time, and it's more profitable. Back then, when you're selling a new car, you're doing that to get attention to your dealership. And there are only so many different ways to advertise. There's television, there's radio, and there's print media and perhaps vertical media like billboards. But there's not a whole lot of other things. Now today, you can target your audience. You can use social media. You can use digital advertising. There's just a lot more ways for an organization to be able to get business, and they don't need to do that. And I also think that radio stations aren't as willing to participate in these things because there's some liability there. After the 2005 incident with this person, no one wants to have their business connected with anything like that. So you could say, look, it would be great to drum up some business. That's great. But there's a huge risk here that someone might go off the deep end and absolutely ruin the business's name and open the organization to some type of liability. And so I just think companies have really pushed away from that. But I I I know that there are a lot of businesses out there that do contests, and people get really excited to do them. And there's a certain um, competitiveness to it, and people do that. I know there was an organization that was giving away coffee for a year to they were opening up a chain. They were giving out coffee for a year to the first 300 customers of their new business. And you had to be there by like 6 a.m. and you had to wait. And I know that I I was working nights at the time, and so I would get off of work right around that time, and I just walked there and got a stack of 300 free things for coffee, uh, or 360, like one coffee a day for a year. And there were people who had been waiting out there for like like many hours basically, and I just was able to be one of the last people, and I was able to get the same prize that they got. They don't really do those things anymore. They I think things have just become more expensive as well, that they just don't want to give something away. Giving away a car is very expensive. Giving away free product of anything is very expensive, and organizations just aren't that willing to do it anymore.
Yeah, everything's not going to take budget.
That's true. But the advertising bounty and prize they'll do.
The advertising bounty and prize they'll do. What do you mean?
Or the marketplace.
The marketplace that you mean Upcake?
Yeah.
Did you tell your mom about it?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's really, really, really challenging. It's a big idea. It's not a. I was saying to Zach that the challenge is going to be executing on it, because anytime you come up with something that is going to change the world, you have a lot of blockers and a lot of things that you need to figure out and get by, because it's new, right? It's not a sponge daddy where that sells itself, and it's it's a one-time thing. It doesn't change. If you worked in software, if you're a scrum master,
Yep,
right?
absolutely.
Any software related things have to be updated on a regular basis. There's customer issues. There's just, it's a big idea,
I
and
agree.
therefore it's a challenging one to do as one person.
Oh,
And
I agree.
it's changing a model, right? It's a brand new thing.
I
So,
want to do it as one person.
well, you would start as one person, and it would be hard to get funding for it. Like it's a great idea. It's just really, really big.
Oh, absolutely. I told Riser, I launched a startup within the last 10 years or so, and the overhead for any type of business is so great, especially in 2026, that's usually prohibitive. There aren't many tech startups that are forming that don't get acquired very early on if they're a really great idea, or absorbed into some large company, because they either fail due to capital restraints, or they're just too big of an idea. And in this case, there's a lot there. It's a great idea, and I think that if it were done correctly, it could be very successful. But at least when I ran the startup, I had like an unlimited budget because we had an angel investor. That helps. That's what you would need to be able to do this, and you would become an enemy in the marketing world to every single marketing department of every Fortune 500 that exists, and in addition to every advertising agency. So, are you going to be able to shake up the market that way? But it is and Riser, I sent you something, and we've talked about it a little bit that uh, Meta at least has stated that all of its advertising by this summer will be perhaps AI enhanced, or they will at least allow for that option. Whether how much influence that's going to have, you tell me. I can tell you, I'm on social media.
Which company is that?
Meta, so
Google?
Facebook, Meta,
Yeah.
so Facebook. I can tell you the TikTokers that I see. I created this robot that basically makes my entire life into short music videos, and it is uh, uh, basically every 7 minutes a random song that I have created, not created, a random song, a top 100 song from any decade, basically, is in this giant playlist of like 20,000 songs that I made. And I made this robot that automatically up automatically takes 1 minute of my life and plays music over it. And while the video is processing and uploading, TikTok shows me a random creator. And these creators are getting so good. The AI for some of these creators is so good. I can't tell the difference. Sometimes I'll look at these things and I'll be like, "That's a real person. That's a real person. That's a real person." And then I'll look in at the profile and it'll say AI account. And it's to the point. At least in psychology, it's called the uncanny valley, where you can't tell the difference between real and AI, and we're at that point, and it's going to be very easy for these large marketing organizations to no longer need to pay actors, no longer need to pay musicians, and basically do everything in AI, and it looks very realistic, perhaps better than what the human eye would be able to perceive. And once that happens, we're at a point where something like Upcake or whatever you call it, Riser, becomes uh, perhaps almost old technology, and you'll have to bring.
I don't. Well, here's like what I like. Even if you have AI advertisements that can be created for super cheap, that's okay. That's great. You've created an ad for super cheap, but how do you actually measure which one of those AI ads, which one of the 1,000 ones that you've generated, is going to be the most effective against real, actual people?
I agree.
And so this marketplace is measuring how effective it actually is, not just like the creation of the ads itself.
I agree. It's basically grassroots focus grouping, and
Like AI is all.
You need data to predict that.
Well, but it understands humans, right? So AI is already, yes, you need data, but it's going to have that data on it's a predictive model. So it's going to have that data. So it'll be good for a bit, but AI is just freaking taking over everything.
I agree.
So the interesting study here is really doing deep research on where advertising is going to go and what impact AI will have. Because if I had to guess, I would guess that AI is going to be able to predict what the most successful video is.
Well, it needs data from the actual target audience.
Yeah,
How are they? They'll just figure it out how.
Well, you can look at the most successful ads look at where they're placed, understand the demographic, and then read historically which ads have been the best, and then analyze them to see what the formula,
So
which is what people have been trying to do for a really long time, is understand what formula, right?
that's correct.
AI is just going to have that capacity too. Like it's the more I read about AI and the jobs that it's taking over and the impact on the economy because of that and what jobs are going to disappear. It's pretty wild. So I think we should do a little bit of research on what AI, just test it to see where AI thinks it's going.
And I think, like, from an artistic standpoint, and like creativity standpoint, I think, like, I don't know, AI can produce a bunch of schlop, but that schlop is not necessarily. I mean, I haven't seen any. I haven't really like looked, but like, I mean, I guess I have looked at like video and image generators, like in turn, and it's actually freaky. There's this website that's insanely good for making liminal spaces or any type of image that you want to readjust. It's called the Recraft, and so you can plug in. I mean, maybe I'm just like destroying my own point that I'm trying to make here, but you can plug in an image of a liminal space into this AI, and then adjust the slider for how much you want it to look like that previous image, and then just click a button, and it'll generate a brand new liminal space that is like same look and feel, but totally different. And what amazed me by that is like the amount of variations that it's able to do from like a single image while still creating things that are unique, creative, and different every time was just like insane to me. But so it definitely has the capacity to remix that creativity. And I'm sure the capacity for it to generate it will get better, but I know humans can be pretty funny, so you're competing against authentic human creative output, which I don't know, it's kind of like a battle almost.
there is outside the box thinking that may occur. I think with at least Upcake or whatever you want to call it, there's another aspect to it that hasn't been mentioned that I think makes it very powerful, and that is the fact that users will have to use their own social media to link to Upcake or whatever it's called. I'm just calling it that. And thus you will have crowdsourced advertising that may stay on a user's profile for days, weeks, months, years, and it's free advertising for a corporation. And that aspect of it, I think, would be very attractive to corporations. That AI can't do that. AI can't force you to post something on your platform, on your account, if you don't want it. It can show an ad there, yes, but somebody has to pay for that ad. Free advertising is the best kind of advertising. And so if you have the market, basically the users of the platform who are willing to make some kind of creation either by themselves or with AI or whatever and post that on their own profile, that's an incredible tool for advertising that isn't currently utilized. And the idea that it would be a contest like system is exciting to people. It brings back that competitive nature that people have, like in Hands on a Hard Body, that everybody wants to win. And so, yeah, somebody's gonna post something on their social media account, link it to Upcake, and then see how it does. And maybe they'll take it down after the contest ends, but a lot of people won't. A lot of people will want other people to see the art that they created, and it's basically creating a new type of economy.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Zach. Just walked away.
Oh, absolutely,
He's
yes.
just
So
kind of getting the doctor. So where you live in California?
that's
Is that
correct.
right?
Yeah, I'm based out of Irvine, California, which,
Oh,
if
it's
you're
Irvine.
familiar,
Okay.
it's Orange County. It's just south of Los Angeles, about 45 minutes or so.
Oh, okay. I've heard of her, but I don't really know California all that well. So.
That's okay. It's between San Diego and Los Angeles. It's where Disneyland.
Oh, okay, cool.
Irvine borders Anaheim, which is where Disneyland is, if you know where Disneyland is.
Yeah, yeah.
Excellent. So, yep. And, we're talking about AI and how powerful it is. And I want to reiterate your point. We don't even know what to expect. It is certainly replacing people's jobs and quite quickly. I started this stream
Yeah.
while still employed with a major organization, and have been able to use the savings that I have from that position to be able to finance this. And when I started this in 2021, I was able to live my life during the pandemic. So this stream is actually seeing what the pandemic was like. But then moving into November of 2022, I became an early adopter of ChatGPT, and then was actually a user when it launched November 30th, 2022. So I basically have this like pre AI part of my stream and then post AI, and I've been able to see the development of ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 3, 3.5, 4, 5, its competitors of Grok and Claude and Gemini, and what they've done to society. And I think this is a really exciting opportunity to be able to study, especially in the future from a historical standpoint, my streams as a time capsule to be able to see what life was like before AI and after AI. I was on a podcast earlier this week, an Australian podcast, and uh, we were talking about basically what you and I are talking about, the impact that AI has on uh, our society. And basically, we still don't know. There are so many questions that exist, but perhaps I think maybe historians in the future might look at a stream like mine or other people's who have huge amounts of data, uh, to actually be able to get a porthole or a vision of what life was like. And I think that'll be really exciting for people to study in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So
I think
one thing
it's going to be terrible. That's my prediction. It is a really, really, it is so, it's so efficient that, employees save hours and hours, and eventually that leads to job loss. It's going to lead to a lot of job loss. And that's really sort of a sad state.
Agreed.
I mean, even my doctor's office, and I've been going to that doctor's office since the kids were little, like for 30 years, and you'd call, and a receptionist would answer the phone within like 3 minutes, right?
Right.
And now you call and you're on hold for in a line of people, and there's no more people. The office didn't grow or anything. It's just that it's auto recorded, and the recording tells you, your wait time will be 12 minutes and there's 3 people ahead of you. And then it will say your wait time will be 9 minutes and there's 22 people waiting. Like it's just all screwed up. And I just think it's so sad that a doctor's office with, 14 doctors cannot afford a receptionist. And that's what they're doing. They're just tightening the reins like everybody else so they can take a little bit more money home themselves. And it's just service is just it's been going downhill forever, but it's really really getting bad when it's just going to be everywhere, absolutely everywhere.
And we don't even have robots that are part of our daily lives yet. But when that occurs, and it's probably within the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to see massive uh, loss and especially blue collar workers, and see similar. We already see similarities in white collar workers. Coding isn't really a career anymore.
No,
Customer
it's not.
service is no longer a career anymore. And very soon we'll see positions like perhaps um, certainly truck driving or any kind of long haul driving will have been replaced. Additionally, it'll soon move into even positions that people would think that were almost irreplaceable, like electricians and plumbers. When you eventually have a robot that doesn't need a break, that doesn't need to eat, that can work 24 hours a day, and all you have to do is invest in a team of them or whatever, and they just have to be plugged in. Why wouldn't you do that? You could create your own business that way and reap the rewards. Now, do I think this is good for
I don't
society?
know what humans are going to do, though, right? Like, what are humans going to do?
Well,
What's our good? Where's the purpose in life?
that's an excellent question, and I have these discussions with
It's
people,
not. It's
and I really think that we may, and I could be wrong, but experience a new type of resurgence in the arts and in human made items. There will be a desire for people to have art still. It's something that people enjoy. And AI art will not, I think, be as valuable as handmade arts that people have. And thus, we may see some type of secondary renaissance of music and art and pottery, and because people won't have anything else to do, everything else will already be replaced. So the only thing that humans will be able to do that is of more value than what a robot can do are the arts. No one or very few people may want a piece of pottery that was created by a robot, but they may want a piece of pottery that was created by an up and coming artist just because they know that it was actually handmade and what goes into that.
I mean, I think like something like a teacher might not be so easily replaced because it's like the robot has the data, but it's lacking a human connection. So anything where there's like a mandated like human connection to be formed will be difficult to be replaced.
I disagree.
In my opinion.
I, I disagree to some extent because people will just not know what it was once like to build that type of bond with the teacher. And they'll just understand that they lived their life through a pandemic where everything went remote. And instead of a teacher who normally would have a classroom between 25 and 30 children, now has 100 or 200 people who they're teaching. But since they don't have to control them and everyone is in front of a screen, they basically have all the attention that they need, and they just have to go through the lecture. And even at a certain point, that can be replaced by AI. Now in healthcare, we already have robotic surgeons that are more accurate than normal surgeons. I think this isn't even an old study, but they had a robotic surgeon that was I think 86%, or oh no, not just surgeon, doctor, a robotic doctor that was able to diagnose people with 86% accuracy, and this was 2 years ago. When a human doctor, even the best ones, it was less than 80%. It was about 78%. So already, this is old technology that's already more accurate than a human. And then when it comes to surgeries are already there's something called the Da Vinci uh, robotic surgeon that surgery can be done anywhere in the world with extreme accuracy, laser precision, um, and you can have basically a robot that has some human guidance be able to perform 8 or 10 different surgeries over the course of a day, when normally that would just be one surgeon. A surgeon could only perform one, maybe for the week or whatever it may be. And certainly when it comes to the idea um, of properly diagnosing different diseases, doctors are all
diagnosis for sure. They win. AI wins.
it does,
Every
and
time.
exactly, and in law as well, AI wins. When you would go to law school to just for 3 years on top of having a 4 year degree and just learn how to brief, uh, and a brief might take you a few hours to be able to do. A chatbot can do in a matter of seconds. And I really think, and I've heard this before, that the top law firms in the world will essentially collude to have software that's better than any of their competitors, and it's very expensive, so that small attorney practices would not have the same opportunity at the case law and such, and it would be very expensive to use to be able to get a membership or the credits to be able to use it, and basically hold much of the legal world hostage because of the paywalling of the different software that they use for legal briefs and looking up uh, perhaps legal prior legal cases, and thus you would have to use one of these major uh, law firms, or else you're going to be at a significant disadvantage that your briefs and your legal arguments won't be um, as
Yeah.
as good as the big guy from the big firm, and and looking at things like accounting. I mean, I already would trust AI accounting more than I would trust.
And analysis, and there's no more find the missing penny in your, you know, in your worksheet or anything like that. Those jobs are all toast.
Absolutely, and that's why the
Quality.
quality control, absolutely. And that's why the influencer, if you ask, at least in the United States, an American young person what the top desired job is, it used to always be athlete, but now it's become influencer because there's some idea that the ability to perhaps become independent, financially independent and self-sufficient for long periods of time by gaining a network and gaining a community may have more opportunity than your previous lawyer, doctor, accountant, sports star.
Yeah.
And there may be some um, truth to that. And I see these streamers. I mean, I certainly am one, and I know that it can be extremely lucrative for the top, top streamers, not for everyone, but given enough time, long periods. Uh, if you're able to do anything for a long enough period, generally you will gain traction and you can become successful. I'm not saying you absolutely will, but you look at, I don't know if you're familiar with a podcast like the Joe Rogan Experience. It's the most popular podcast generally in the world.
Yeah.
It started out as just Joe Rogan talking with his friend in his apartment or his house, and they really didn't gain too much traction for the first 5 years or so. They didn't have many sponsors, but eventually, Joe Rogan's approaching becoming a billionaire just by talking into a microphone because he's been doing it now for 17 years. And a lot of people have jumped on that
Is there like
podcast.
music playing in your stream or something? Because there's like a lot of background noise.
Oh, yeah, no,
Sounds like it.
there most certainly probably is. It's probably the radio that I keep on 24 hours a day. Is it echo or is it music?
It's like sounds like background rock music, but it wasn't happening.
It wasn't happening
It
previously.
wasn't. No.
Okay. I will. I'm gonna mute my microphone for a second and tell me if it shuts off when I shut it off.
I don't hear
Okay.
saying anything.
No, I know. I was just muting myself. Could you? Did it shut off when I shut it off?
Like now it seems fine again, but it like would come on. It sounds like a soccer game or something in the background. We'll continue. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll let you know if it actually happens again, and then yeah.
Certainly.
Find it.
There are some other people in here who are, some of whom may be playing some kind of sport, and it might be coming from them as well. I'm not saying that that's true, but they all seem to either be muted to some extent. So I don't know how they would be doing that. Anyway, just let me know. In terms of the influencer world, though, it when I probably 10 years ago would say to a kid who said I want to be an influencer, I'd laugh at them, like, come on, get a real job. With the AI revolution that's occurred, that seems like a viable option, and the younger you start, the more advantageous it can be. And I was saying previously that TikTok is just, it throws content at me, and the devices that I'm using to create these music videos are, I don't know, probably like 10 or 15 feet away from me. So I don't necessarily I'm not paying attention to them, but many of them say parent run account, where parents are um, basically monetizing their children at whatever age they may be to generate more income to the family and perhaps give their children a head start. And I can say, is that good parenting, or is this something that I endorse? And generally, I think that we should allow kids to be kids. But this was done previously with child actors and pageant parents, and those kinds of things. And I recognize that parents are uh, becoming more and more desperate for money, and they see their children as perhaps, when I say children, you have to have at least be 13 to have a social media account. You're supposed to. But for those kids who get a big following as a young person and then they become an adult, that's quite a head start that they could have in selling things and partnering with different organizations. And it may seem
Well,
like
it's an education for them too, right? It's like teaching them some other, a vital, well, not a vital skill, but it's a skill and it's a potential path, career path, I guess, at a young age. And some of them are genuinely interested in it. So I think it depends on the case.
I agree, but there's no health
And
insurance, there's no retirement. Like, what do you do if you get a copyright strike and you lose access to your account? Are you just then a burden to society if you accidentally have an accident or something like that? It's 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 a dangerous game that the influencer route poses. And
well, it's funny because as Zach and I were talking about this last week, about just the notion of social media has really promoted and this really promoted this notion of not working for anybody else and being an entrepreneur and making your own money and why share the pot and all this stuff, right?
right.
But essentially all of that, whether you're an influencer or an entrepreneur, you don't have health, like you don't have healthcare benefits. You're on your own, right? You
Right.
don't have healthcare benefits typically. You don't have, you know, I work for a large corporation in Canada, a telecommunications company that's in healthcare, IT. I have a pension plan
Exactly.
that they put hundreds of thousands of dollars over my career into a pension plan. When I retire, I'll probably get an exit package worth, I don't know, $300,000 to $400,000.
Right.
Right? These are significant things that as an independent entrepreneur, you have to build it to the point where you're actually and put in these kinds of benefits for your employees, but also for yourself. And that doesn't come at the beginning. That's years and years into it, unless you get that massive investment up front, which again, they make it sound like this is super easy to do. It's not that easy to do.
You're absolutely right.
90% of startups fail. Um, yeah.
And
So anyway, it's just interesting. Like whether you're an influencer and that happens, and something happens to you, and you're toast, or anything when you're really on your own. Yeah. So Zach's, I guess you riser, whatever. So Zach's brother is a YouTuber.
right, very successful.
A very successful YouTuber. and it's like it's crazy how much money he's made. Crazy. Um, but no, so he hasn't had a problem with that. But he's kind of, to me, needle in a haystack.
Absolutely.
Like for him, who just had a ton of money at 22 years old, more than I have at 22 years old, right? And carrying on, like, continue. Now he's 24, but um, that he got lucky. He worked hard. It was his fourth attempt at doing something online, and he is just, I don't know what to call it. He's just got the right set of skills for it, and he got lucky.
Absolutely.
But most YouTubers are not. They're just not in that category, as far as I can tell, anyway.
Oh, you're 100% right. You said 90% of all businesses fail, and I think there's the statistic 90% of all restaurants in the first year fail. And when it comes to influencers, it's got to be 999 out of 1,000 fail, or at least never reach what your other child has been able to reach. I mean, it's just like you said, a needle in a haystack. I can tell you, as someone who is fortunate to not have to do some type of what would I want to call it, ambush to go viral. I recognize that it's a long game that I'm playing, and
Right.
I recognize also that it's just my life. It's what I enjoy doing. That it may have some value in the future. But I can tell you, like, and I'm not alone on this. I had an X space, which is like Twitter, which is on video, and I had it open for 24 hours a day for 365 days, and I gained 31 followers. like that's it. I can tell you that I've had many of my channels. I'm live on quite a few different channels, but I don't ever pay attention to subscribers because it just means nothing to me. But I don't have more than 100 subscribers on most of my channels. I can tell you that there's another person I know who live streams their life 24/7. They're on day like 310, and they have 300 followers. Like, basically, they get one follower a day. And if you don't have some kind of niche, like, catch someone's attention kind of idea, if you think you're just going to go viral by just sitting there, staying there, unless you're going to play a really, really long game, it is not going to be too fortuitous to you. I can tell you, at least like from this Discord, which I have a lot of pride in, because it's 3,000 people I've been able to meet, really interesting individuals, and I didn't start this Discord originally. It's only been around for almost 2 years, but to get even 3,000, like to have 3,000 people with whom I can interact, um, uh, is
Yeah, that's
is difficult, especially because Discord doesn't allow you to promote yourself very easily. I can tell you on Instagram, I have like 10,000 followers, and on Twitch, I have like 50,000 followers. But those followers don't pay attention to me nearly as much as the people in the Discord or even the people on X. So it also depends on like what platform you're on and how engaged people are. I was in a call with someone. He, as you may know, this guy. He's a hacker from Uruguay. He's very popular in the Twitter space verse, and he has like 45,000 followers or 50,000 followers on X. And as he has said, that 10 years ago, when his account was 10,000 followers, he had much more interaction with people and made more impressions with people than he does with an account of 50,000, just based on competition and based on like lack of reach and all of the things that can happen. I many times brainstorm with Riser about going viral, and I I I think that I have a good strategy, which is this, which I haven't been utilizing as much as I should have. I go on people's podcasts. So I said previously I was on this Australian person's podcast earlier this week, and he invited me to do like a 5-part series. So the first one is going to be on life extension. The second is going to be on Earth improvement. The third is going to be on mega projects. The fourth is going to be on space exploration, and the fifth is going to be on the search for intelligent life. And basically, these are like interesting topics that I'll be able to. Someone's going to hear what I say and say, "Hey, I heard you on this podcast. I'd like you to be on my podcast," or "I'd like to, like basically to get my brand out there more." And I did this recently. I've only started this like this week, and if you're like, "Why didn't you do this before?" It's just a thing. Like Riser and I were trying to give it a name, and we called it ambush guesting or something like that, where you just put out a bunch of requests to be on people's podcasts and see if any of them will request like allow you to come on. And I did this to another person, and they're going to have me on their podcast. And I basically have said to myself, if I make this my job for the next 52 weeks, and I'm at least on one podcast a week or so, somebody's going to hear what I do and say, wait a second, you mean I can go back to any moment of your life for the last 5 years, essentially, and see your life from multiple angles, and you have all this data, and data is Earth's number one resource. It surpassed petroleum in 2018. There's something to that. That's a really interesting project, and perhaps I'll get more more influence because of that, and really I do this because it's enjoying. I get a lot of enjoyment out of recording my life, like a journal, like a diary. So it doesn't cost me anything from a personal standpoint. I'd love to be married and have children and those kinds of things, but fortunately, as a male, I'm able to not have the biological clock that I'm fighting against as much as perhaps I would be as a female, and I can delay some of those decisions. If I were a female, I don't think I could have taken 5 years of my life and just dedicated it to live streaming. I would have wanted to.
Increasing technology.
Pardon me?
Well,
Increasing technology.
Well, yeah, perhaps. So, I Riser and I have discussed the podcast element and having your own podcast. Both he and I have had our own podcast with limited success, but the idea of just if you have at least one account, I have like a Twitter account that has. I've had Twitter accounts of tens of thousands of people, but they get banned for whatever reason. And you don't always know why you get banned. It's kind of this uphill climb that you have, and then they can sweep your legs out from under you, and you're back to square one. But enough people know about me now that it's a strong enough medium-sized Twitter account that I can go to people, and it shows that I have some legitimacy, that other people have listened to what I've said. And I've been on other podcasts now, and it's basically using those to say, hey, if you found what I was interesting on this podcast, listen to me on this podcast, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a lot that at least personally, that I can talk about from a science perspective, from my project perspective, from just like we're discussing the future of humanity, that people will have a 30-minute or an hour-long conversation with you. And so that's the strategy that I'm using. Whether it works or not, well, we'll see a year from now. We'll see where we're at. But I think that from an influencer perspective, you have to, everybody needs like something different. Like your son found a niche that is extremely, allows him to be extremely successful, but who knows if
can
that's.
I tell you a little bit more about that?
Absolutely.
Give you because who knows? There may be something informative in there. He didn't pick the niche that he likes. He did not do this for his own personal enjoyment. He researched and found through deep research the niches that he felt that from everything he found, that would be the most successful. So the niches that he's in, one is true crime. I think he kind of likes that. The other one is anime, and anime is like he couldn't care less about.
That's interesting, but it makes money.
But he produces all of these anime, and he's been very successful in the anime space and the true crime space. And he's explored like other ones like space and a History Channel, and and he he's learned along the way, but he spent a heck of a lot of time. So his focus was, how do I do this? How do I be successful at this? And I'm going to follow that path. I don't care if I like it. Right?
Right.
So it's very, very different than what I'm hearing from you, which is, this is something that you are really, really enjoying. And you know, you're probably not driven like my son is super driven for business. He said, from the time he's been like, 3 years old, I'm going to be a millionaire,
And he did
that
it.
kind of thing. But he's been really, he's just very driven and focused on it. So this was really about being successful and not about, what turns his crank.
Absolutely.
So that's a personality thing, right? Like that is really a personality thing. Like you're going on, it sounds like you've got a plan and you're, going on the podcast and you're being very deliberate about that to build up your business.
That's true.
Which is really important.
Absolutely. And I've been in the startup world. I've worked for major organizations, and I've made a good amount of money for the age when I started this. I couldn't be doing this without it. And but to me, there's a historical impact that I think is really like drives me. That the footage that is being recorded and the events that are being recorded will be extreme value to civilization in the future. And I just look at how we look at old photographs or old videos and the vintage and the nostalgia that people have from that is it. I would be dishonest to say if I did not connect to that and think that there was something really special in that and wish we had more of it. And there's lost footage and all the other aspects of society. And I do know in the back of my mind that data is Earth's number one resource, and that I've got quite a bit of it. I really mean this. I think I have more content. I'm almost certain I have more content created by one individual than any person ever. Nobody is on YouTube on 20 different streams simultaneously, 24/7 for almost 5 years.
I don't get it. Can you explain something? What if you do want to go out on a date?
Yeah, that's a great question.
You can still do it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like I've said, like I've had people come visit me. It's more difficult to do IRL streaming because of the data issue, overheating of phones, power issues, and like you're driving in a car. I mean, unless I'm in an Uber, and I've done that. It's just more complicated, and I'm only live on one stream then. And I like being live on 20 different streams. But yeah, if there was some woman who came into my life and said, "Look, I am all on board with this live streaming thing. I love it. I want to live with you. Let's do this together." I'm not saying that I would be against that, but I'm not looking for that. Um, I recognize that this project has the opportunity to make me and my family and my generations to come wealthier than we'd ever want. And so it's almost like just be patient. And also, I might be able to get some. I'm not saying I wouldn't be able to get a really wonderful woman now, or that I haven't had the opportunity in the past, but the fact is, I'd be able to get perhaps any woman I'd want on earth had this gone viral or does this go viral. There are a lot of people out there who would find it attractive to be on the world's largest timeline and to merge their life with the world's largest timeline. That I recognize that if I just keep focusing on this, that the women will come and I'll be able to have my pick of the litter, so to speak. But I mean, really, I want someone who would be comfortable being on camera and living their life on camera. But if she said, "Hey, I want to have privacy," I'm all about that. That's absolutely fine. I understand that too. I don't. It's not a deal breaker if she said no cameras in the bedroom or no cameras for our children or something like. Right, exactly. So I understand that there are some limitations, but I want a woman. I've always felt this way, that I would be older when I would get married, because I wanted to be established. And if I weren't doing this, I would still be in the corporate world and making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Recognizing though that this this opportunity, in addition to being able to archive the world's history, uh, can make me not just a millionaire or a billionaire, but into the realm of a trillionaire, meaning just like generational wealth that I never need, my children would never need, my grandchildren would never need. But then the opportunity to give back to the world is really important to me as well. To help every single person who's helped me on this stream, not just be able to take care of themselves and their friends and their family, but to be able to start charities to help the world, and not for profits to help the world, and really start my own, in my own way, a peaceful revolution. That's really exciting to me, and I recognize that it's a sacrifice that I am making, but I I'd be basically doing the same thing, and as with most people, they're just relaxing in the comfort of their own home, perhaps watching podcasts, watching sports, and interacting with their friends. If I may ask, do you mind if I use the restroom?
Yeah,
Okay,
of course.
I'll be right back. Thank you.
Go for it. Take your time. Let me take it back.
Thank you for your patience.
Did you take your hand off the Nissan?
No, I didn't. I just swapped hands.
It was never in contact to begin with.
That's an interesting point. Couldn't you imagine in mid 90s Texas, one of the contestants is there making that argument? You know, according to physics, none of us are actually touching this Nissan. They'd look at you like you were bonkers.
And you pull out your cell phone, and he has Chat GPT, and he's from the future.
Well, you most certainly would then.
Well,
I mean, one of my favorite quotes is Arthur C. Clarke's: "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indiscernible from magic," and that would certainly look magical. I mean, I know when I first used, actually, the first month that I used ChatGPT, it stunk. It was very unimpressive. I mean, it did not get a lot of things right. And I remember being like, oh, this is just like a regular chat bot that I've used on customer service websites for years, and this stinks. But it got very good very soon thereafter, after launching. And yeah, so
there's been people who have been in like an actual courtroom and have just pulled out their phone and Chat GPT, and then Chat GPT just like hallucinates a bunch of made up case law, and then they're like, WTF?
well, that's
You can't just point to this robot every time because it's not actually factual. I get it's going to be better.
well, that's dangerous. And
Currently,
people have tried to use that in, at least in California courts. They will not allow you to be represented by artificial intelligence. You still need to have a representative who has passed the California bar, even though ChatGPT has been able to pass the bar from a test perspective. You still have to be a human. And I think that there will be some type of restrictions on some professions that perhaps the ones that are very powerful, doctor, lawyer, CEO, venture capitalist, perhaps they will say, no, you can't replace these positions. And just because of the power of those roles, uh, they may be, I don't want to say completely irreplaceable, but certainly not as easy to replace as a standard customer service agent.
Yeah, I mean, robots are also useful too for like diffusing bombs or like fighting fires and or being like a soldier or something. And you can like proxy saving life in the form of a robot.
So
Um,
there's an organization in San Francisco called Stop Killer Robots.
Stop the killer robots.
Yeah. And when I first heard about this organization, I don't know, 5 years ago or something like that, it seemed almost humorous, such a name. But with each day, that becomes more and more serious. And we've already had incidents. There was one in Dallas, Texas, I think we've discussed, of a robot that actually killed somebody. It was like basically a remote control, but it killed somebody had somebody hostage or something, and that was like the first documented killing of an individual by a robot. That was not in wartime or something like that. And we see what's going on in the Middle East, that the the best tools of war are no longer aircraft carriers and battleships, but are drones, basically.
yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. We need. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't saying like, yeah, police should necessarily be robots, but firefighting or is like something where you're saving people from dying, not killing other people.
Right.
Same with bomb defusing situations that could be useful, or yeah, rescuing a dog from wherever that can't be reached by humans.
Right. But, there's a fine line between a tool and an actual actor. And we have in the United States already police departments that have robots that are basically for awareness uh, on the streets. That's, I don't know if you've seen them. It looks like a giant egg, like Humpty Dumpty, and it basically has cameras on it that goes around different parks and has like a little speaker on it. And if you run into trouble or something, you can go up to it and it will press a button on it and it'll notify the police or whatever. But and somebody's watching it from a remote location. But it's kind of one of these things where uh, there's a fine line between that and RoboCop.
Yeah, I mean, but what if the robots are using non-lethal stuff, and what if if they prove with like driverless cars that the robot cars are killing less people than humans on average? Isn't it generally safer to have like we prove that robots are less trigger happy than regular humans with emotions and PTSD? Wouldn't that be a good thing, arguably?
I am a huge advocate of non-lethal alternatives in law enforcement. And I have always said this, even as a young person. Why do we give police guns, or why do they have such active ability to use a gun when there are tranquilizers out there that have been used for the last century to bring down big game? Meaning, you can take down an elephant with a tranquilizer dart almost immediately, and that elephant will be incapacitated for 30 minutes or an hour or something for you to be able to do whatever you need to do. And then it's brought back and it's back to normal. Why can't we use those on individuals? Basically, I think that society should replace firearms in law enforcement with tranquilizer darts. Now, do I think that
And I made the argument before. I was like, well, like the dosage apparently of those tranquilizers varies from human to human. But even if 1 in 10 people die from a tranquilizer, the alternative is the bullet, where it's like 10 out of 10 people die from.
exactly?
Even like the worst.
Exactly. And you could use different types of concoctions or tranquilizer chemicals. You could get something down that, I mean, I am a perhaps naive but or just a positive individual who thinks that you could use the same. There is a world out there. I don't know exactly where it is, but science could find that you could use a dart on a small woman and a large man and not have to change anything in it. Whether the dart knows like can sense the size of the person for how much dosage it's going to give, or just it basically will not kill them. It will just like here's an example. With the taser or like use of like electroshock, they don't take into effect the size of the target. It's like if you're going to get tased, you get the same taser as a small woman as you do a large adult or a large man, I should say.
Same pepper spray, same rubber bullet,
Perfect.
same handcuffs.
Exactly. So I think that the same thing could be done on with non-lethal weaponry, and um, I don't know. So at least in the United States, there's a big loophole that's known as qualified immunity that allows police to be able to use excessive force at times if needed for the to ensure the peaceful restraint of an individual. But even at times, it can become lethal, and you can't sue them on this grounds. But there's a major push in the United States that, and I think it's going to be brought not by the, not by a grounds a grassroots level, but I think from insurance companies. Insurance companies are finding that it is becoming and I should say local departments. It's extremely expensive to pay out on bad cops. Like basically, if you run the statistics, like like 10% of bad cops cause 90% of the force's problems, something like that. And if you require police officers to insure themselves, just like you do with a car, if you're a bad driver, eventually you'll be unable to drive because you won't be able to pay for your insurance in the same way as a police officer. There's a push for this, and I could see this potentially happening in the future. And there's going to be a time where there's an overlap between AI and robotic law enforcement, and and perhaps some type of insurance regulations or restrictions on bad cops because um, it just becomes extremely expensive to have a police department that is getting sued all the time, and eventually some cities and jurisdictions are just going to no longer be able to fit the bill. And they're going to say, look, we're going to move the insurance liability from our small town or medium city or large metropolis to the individuals themselves, being the police officers. And I think if that happens, you'll see a lot, many fewer accidental shootings of people, or people will be far less, police will be far less motivated to pull out that gun.
Yeah, no, I agree. I had this hypothetical or like question in my mind regarding this earlier, but I'm at the end of my caffeine rush.
Do you need a police officer to get you a cup of coffee like that lady on Hands on a Hard Body?
That would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice.
Very well.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier about like the AI advertising thing. Like, arguably, I think there's like if AI could potentially be a good thing because it like if you have every like democratized access to AI where anyone can create their AI ad and make a really phenomenal AI ad, then it's like the same thing. It's like instead of who made the best ad that's just like using or the camera, it becomes like who now made the best AI ad, and it's still the exact same competition. It's just the tools are potentially unlocking more creativity, basically. And if you've ever used AI like video generation, like the prompting is important, and you don't really ever hardly get what you want exactly the first time, you know.
I
And
agree.
also, I think that like the target marketing, like the the type of advertising, I think, is also important because there's some ads that you might see on Facebook where it's like, yeah, sure, a custom tailored ad would make sense in that regard, but if you have an advertisement that's going to be seen by millions of people, then you probably want the most effective ad possible, the one that's going to stick in their minds the most. And so it kind of depends on what you're going for a little bit and how much of an impact you want to make.
Well, you and I discussed this at one point. How I think in the future, and it's already, this isn't new, but when you have an advertisement, if you can connect it with a real person that people know exists, with their handle or whatever, how much more powerful that ad is going to be because people know that it's not automatically generated, or does that make sense?
People are basically like boycotting AI slop on the internet already with like YouTube videos that are just AI garbage, and like you can tell that the voiceovers AI. Like I hate that personally. If I see a video that's just like some annoying, like you didn't want to pay the narrator, and now your voice is just like clearly AI. Like I skip those videos all the time. People are like, "This video sucks. It's clearly AI." Fuck you.
But those are the ones that there are. I can almost guarantee that you have seen some type of advertisement that is AI that you didn't know was AI.
Yeah, no, I don't. I disagree with that. Perhaps. Yeah.
So for whatever you want to call your company, I call it
I
Upcake
mean,
because it's easy for me to remember. Um, you and with talking to Mama Riser as well, um, she recognizes how expensive this could be and how this could make you an enemy. But all you really need is a website that can post links, a comment system, a voting mechanism, and then you would just go to different organizations to basically sponsor contests. And once word of mouth gets out about it, everybody's going to come to you. So I think with this idea, there's limited overhead. Where this idea fails immediately is if you're hosting all the data. It's too expensive. But if you're not hosting it, it's just links that people would see. It's like Riser, if you look in this Discord below, you're gonna see a section. So under 24, there's 24/7 live streams, and then you're gonna see like a heart and a cowboy hat and a heart, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. Do you see that?
No, I see it goes Rabbi Rothschild's arena under live stream and then radio stations.
Okay, the section below radio stations.
Yeah, Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, and then at the
that.
bottom of that, do you see TikTok music videos?
Do I have to go into the about section?
No, there's no about section. It's okay. So below, there's a red heart, a cowboy hat, and a red heart. Do you see that? And it says Rabbi Rothschild. And then it says moderator only, rank ups, and then AMA technology, Instagram, Linktree, press releases, TikTok, YouTube, podcast, leaderboard. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then do you see TikTok music videos?
There's one that says TikTok.
Below that, it's like 5 down from that. It says TikTok music videos.
No, under the cowboy hat and heart one, it goes technology, Instagram, Linktree, press release, TikTok, YouTube, podcast, and then it goes to a different section.
No. And then it says leaderboard, and then TikTok music videos.
Yeah. Mine says leaderboard, and then Rabbi interviews, Rabbi calendar.
Oh, okay. Just
Rabbi
one moment.
Ziggy.
This is really interesting. Okay, let me make sure that it is available. The reason why I want you to see this is basically what your website's going to be. Oh, apologies. Can you see it now?
No.
Let's see here. So you don't see a section that says TikTok music videos?
No, not in that area.
Okay, I'll just send you a link to it. And the reason why I want you to see this link is because it is essentially what your website would be. It's basically like hosted links. So the only difference is you would you would be able to see the whole video on the website and but like basically Discord isn't okay. I just that's actually not what I wanted. TikTok music videos.
I see it now.
Okay, so go there and you see that there's just like every 5 minutes or something a new music video that's being created. As I've been talking with you both, there are random music videos that are being made.
Yeah.
But Discord is not hosting them. TikTok is. And your website would be essentially this. The idea that you would, except you could play the video. There'd be like some kind of embedded video that it would still be hosted on TikTok, but it would just be like a little thumbnail of it, and then people would vote on it. Discord doesn't have the capability, or under current conditions, they don't want to pay for all the hosting, so they limit how much a user can basically host in their Discord. However, TikTok allows for you to post whatever you want, generally, from a capacity standpoint. So what you would do is be like the Discord. Like you will just have links like this, but when you click the link, it will take you to the person's page, or you'd be able to view an embedded version of it on your website. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get that part totally. I think my mom does too. But Mom, explain where you think the costs come in. Like,
No,
we're
you
talking
know
about
what?
the system.
I will another day. Yeah. I don't have the brain capacity to do that right now.
You told me the other day about all these systems.
I did. Well, I was just saying, basically, when you build a system, well, it depends on you whether you're building it. If you're posting things on, I don't even know what Discord is, but if you're posting things on TikTok or some Discord, I guess, is a discussion group. Is that right?
We're in Discord right now. This is Discord.
Oh, okay. So if you're, no, I was saying if you were to actually build such a system, right?
Okay.
Then billing systems, reporting systems, enrollment systems, audit systems, operational systems. You've been. It sounds like you've worked in IT, right? So
Absolutely.
all of the things that if you're building out a system, you need all of these subsystems around it.
That's correct.
You just don't build a platform that connects, content creators and the general public or whoever else. I haven't really, that's why I say I don't really have that. I haven't modeled this out or anything. But you need all of these, you need security, you need like privacy, you need legal, you need, all kinds of things. And there's cost to doing all of that. If you put up a website and you go, hey, vote on this thing, your costs are much less.
Absolutely. And that's why.
So you can do the simple model, or you could, but the way Zach was describing it to me, it sounded like he was going to build this platform.
That won't work. And I think we're all in agreement on that. If you have to host everything, if you are the even if you'll have some legal issues, but they won't be nearly as big as what it would be building your own platform. The big issue is hosting.
Right.
The big issue is hosting the data, because that is a monthly bill that you will get that will continue to increase. Essentially, I mean, I'm sure they have Craigslist in Canada, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Craigslist, think of it, it's a very simple website that doesn't have huge amounts of data that are being stored. So this would be like a something simple like that. That let's use a real world example. The Coca-Cola company wants to get better advertising for what they're doing, and they you connect with their marketing or somehow, and you say, look, normally you're going to pay a marketing agency $1 million to do your holiday campaign ad. That's great.
Right.
What you can do is give away a $100,000 to the winner of a contest, and you're going to get, instead of the minds of a boardroom of 15 creatives, you're going to get 15,000 entries on this. And not only that, to the people of Coca-Cola, these people are going to host their contest entries on their social media. So whenever their friends are just scrolling through their social media, it's a free Coca-Cola ad for you. And it isn't just for as long as you want to pay for it. It's free, and it's free indefinitely. Some people are going to take it down the second the contest is over. Some people are going to leave it there for 5 years. And it's going to have impressions on people 5 years from now to drink Coca-Cola. And all you have to do is give away $100,000 in a contest, which you guys do all of the time. And if you will agree to putting up the money for this, you wouldn't start with Coca-Cola; you'd start small. But essentially, that's the goal. We're going to be able to cut your advertising budget by, for just the holiday season, $900,000, and they spend more than this on their digital campaigns. But we're just using round numbers. And on top of that, you're going to have 100 times more reach, because all of the contest entries are going to be hosted on social media, which is going to allow you to dominate digital platforms where you would never be able to get previously. You wouldn't be able to get on some artist's platform, some artist's main page under normal conditions. They wouldn't care enough about Coca-Cola. However, the fact that this artist put in work to create some kind of video or AI or some type of commercial or whatever it would be, you are now going to be able to, the word would be almost seep into the areas where your marketing previously would fail. And you're going to be able to do it for cheaper. And for risers, point of view, all he has to do is have the money and have people have the links, and it would just give a picture, just like I showed in Discord, and people could click a button and it would play a video, and then people would just upvote it and have the comment entries, and then let's say the contest runs for a month. At the end of the month, whatever one Coca-Cola chose wins. It's not necessarily who has the most upvotes, because people can game the system that way. We just want it to be whatever one that Coca-Cola likes, and Coca-Cola takes that and puts it out as their holiday 2026 campaign. And all of the people who didn't win, either out of sheer laziness or because they actually appreciated uh, 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 what people said about their art and got more people to go to their social media, are going to keep up a lot of Coca-Cola ads when previously they wouldn't have. This will basically transform social media into being just, hey, here are pictures of my vacation, maybe 10 different pictures of those, to being maybe one of Coca-Cola and another of Anheuser-Busch and another of Honda. And so for every 10 videos that somebody may upload, they may get some free advertising, and that could be long term. And on top of that, it creates a new type of industry for artists and creators and people who are into video editing and actors and uh, people who just basically, look, we're going to put something together. We think it's really creative, and if Coca-Cola picks it, we have a chance to make basically a year's salary on this contest. And there are going to be a lot of people who apply for the Coca-Cola contest because that's a big brand and it's a big prize. But you're going to have some smaller organizations, maybe even a small restaurant that may say, "Look, we don't have $100,000 to give away. We don't have $10,000 to give away. We don't have $1,000 to give away, but we'll give you $100 in our gift cards," and they may get 30 entries for that just in a local contest that they're having. And basically, I've said to Riser about this, you're going to be able to lower the costs of marketing, which are extremely high for different advertisers. You're going to be able to essentially invade people's social media in ways that you wouldn't have been able to do previously, which is positive for the advertisers. You're going to allow creative people to be able to make more money, and artists, it's going to benefit them. And all you have to do is host a bunch of links on a website. Now, will you need general counsel perhaps at the beginning to have your terms and conditions? Absolutely. So you're going to have some type of legal team, and but in terms of this is where this is brilliant by him not hosting it. Let's say that there's some kind of I don't know, just malicious content somebody doesn't like. Well, guess what? Riser isn't hosting it. TikTok's hosting it, or Instagram's hosting it, or YouTube's hosting it. So long as it gets past their very strict systems, generally it's going to be fine on Riser's website. And so you basically are going to utilize all of the general counsel of YouTube, meaning Alphabet, and Facebook, meaning Meta, and TikTok, meaning ByteDance. They're already basically the filter for all of the content that you're going to have. So you don't have to.
What about this though? Because I think there's a little.
Miss Aquarius, I'll be with you in a moment.
Sorry.
Good night, Rabbi.
Okay, Miss Aquarius.
I'm ready to play tomorrow. I'll see you
Excellent.
tomorrow.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Take care. Go ahead, Mrs. Mama Riser.
So, if I'm creating an ad for Coke,
yes,
then I'm not allowed to use the Coke logo, right? Like that's without authorization.
Well,
so I can't today create a Coke ad. I would, which is why that's where you put that on YouTube or Instagram or whatever, and you're basically pirating. They'll shut you down.
People do that all the time. If they have a Coke in the background of their video, or they drink a Coke on camera, there's nothing illegal about that. And and Coke itself, once they can change their policy to say we want people to be making more content with Coke in it. If we get too protective of our label, uh, or of our trademark, then we aren't going to get as much advertising. Now, where Coke is going to be extremely litigious is if you try to make your own formula that's like Coke and have a similar red trademark or red brand. They're gonna. That's where they want to be litigious. But basically, having people drink Coke is just better for their is better for their brand.
As long as it's in as long as it's in the light that they're looking.
Yes, so we talked about this, Riser and I did. What if you have a situation where you have someone who, like maliciously takes Coke and just pours it down the toilet and says this is garbage? Okay, their entry is going to be all the way at the very bottom, and on top of that, under current law, they're able to do that anyway. So you just don't pay attention to those people. But you will get some people out there who create a better ad campaign than just your standard Coca-Cola and the polar bears or whatever it is. And the people at Coke are going to say, you know what? Previously, we would have gotten from our marketing team and external marketing teams maybe 5 good ideas. But using Riser's idea, we got 5,000 really good ideas. We had a bunch of people vote on it. And on top of all of that, there are so many impressions because people are going to be voting on this that Coke is going to be on all these people's minds because they're going to see Coke ad, Coke ad, Coke ad, Coke ad. Anybody who's and so previously, I mean, I could really say, under what conditions do you have somebody who voluntarily watches 25 Coca-Cola ads one after another? It really never happens. But in this case, you would have tens of thousands of people doing it.
Right.
And people would do it just to see the differences.
I like the idea. I was kind of stuck on the execution because of hosting and all the stuff that goes with it.
If you use,
if you're voting and that's counting and that's a contest, there's a whole bunch of profit right now. Like it's a bigger idea.
Oh, it most certainly is. But it's so big of an idea that you have I don't know how many children you have, but you have 2 very successful sons, one of whom I think could be much more successful than the other one, even though the other one is doing quite well. Riser is the type of thinker and an outside the box thinker that has some ideas that can make him a millionaire, billionaire. So I would say to you, by the time that you're of retirement age and looking at that perhaps few $100,000, you're not going to have to worry about that because you're going to have 2 sons who are extremely successful. And with the ideas that Riser has, if he were to create a website with the links and basically use the different social medias as a filter and just connect with some smaller brands just to start, and they will see how successful this is for their brand. He's going to have all the big boys who are going to want to play and going to want to be on this website. They're going to be able to save money on their creative. They're going to be able to have more effective social media and branding. And then on top of that, under no other condition are you going to have somebody voluntarily put an advertisement on their social media unless they know that this is a contest entry and they're proud of it and they see it as art and not necessarily as an advertisement for a large corporation.
Right. Yeah, I mean, as I say, I do like the idea. I was like, I think the execution. I think his next step is to really sort of plan this out and understand the scope of it and understand an approach to it, and then get working on it.
Well, absolutely. I mean, did Riser tell you how this idea came about?
I know that you two were talking.
So
or something. So he did tell me this a while ago.
Okay, so
but yes, go ahead. Tell me again.
Oh, absolutely. So, Riser, do you mind if I tell her how it came about? Okay, so I was in an X space call with cryptocurrency, and they said that they had a website and all this, like that they had just this plan, et cetera, et cetera. And I said to them, I don't understand why you're doing what you're saying you're doing. And I basically said, look, it'd be much better if you just were a marketing, whatever, contest. And so I initially brought it up with this other organization. And they were like, that's the best idea. They loved the idea. However, I haven't heard anything from them. And so a few months went by, and Riser and I were talking, and I said, I had this discussion with this other person, but I don't know if they ever ran with. I mean, this is a big idea, like you're saying, and it takes a lot of it takes a lot of work to do. But if you want a million, billion, $1 trillion idea, here is one. And then we started to talk about it and brainstorm on names and some other things like that. So it was something that it was a conversation that I had with a different organization, but they didn't have. I mean, it just it to me just made sense. And I've got a few of these really big ideas that I think could be really good. And Riser and I talk about them, but basically what I'm saying is that there is a void in the market right now, and Riser could certainly fill that void. And all of, really all it's going to take is a website that is a name that's memorable, and he has some other names. Riser, what did you say? What was it called?
It was called Crowd Spark.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Like okay.
It sticks out in my head because it's like a food and tangible. But uh, uh, Crowd Spark is great. I like that one too. Um, and so he's got the name. So then he's got to get the website. And once he gets the website, then he's got to start populating it. And once he did, then he has to find someone to uh, basically put up a little money for a contest. But it could just be gift certificates. It doesn't have to start out as huge cash prizes. And then he's got to get people to know about it in the market as artists. And the way that he could do that is through social media that already exists. But it's and then he would probably have to. I mean, I'm sure at some point have to have some type of legal mind review the terms and conditions, because this is going to be a contest, and to make sure that it's legal at your location and everything, because there are some issues with that. And then running a contest, this is going to be an international contest. um, how is that going to work, and how can you assure that
The money flow, like need some kind of financial system for the money flow, right?
Yeah, so he basically
Potentially, and
he basically need to perhaps organize. And he wouldn't have to organize this, but just find an escrow system. So basically, these already exist. So a company
Right.
puts up
Yeah.
100, so they don't run away, and that the money isn't delivered until there's an actual winner, and all of those things. But
Right.
he there within any of this have we not said he has to hire anybody, nor does he have to. I mean, he might have to hire some people at some point, but that's down the line. He could use just contractors in the meantime. He already knows how to program to some extent, so the website wouldn't be that hard. It's really about marketing. And if anything, and I tell him this, he's got to be faster at moving these things, because the void's not going to perhaps be there forever, and he's going to want to take advantage of it as quickly as possible. Again, this was a conversation that I had months ago with a company. I don't think they were more. This is what they wanted to do. Instead, they wanted to give away cryptocurrency to organizations, and they didn't want to run it as like a contest, and they didn't want to bring in. They wanted it only to be like small time creators, and I was like, why limit yourself to small time creators? Why not just pay cold hard cash to individuals, create like artists from corporations, and these kinds of contests are done all the time, and they thought it was a great idea. I still think it's a great idea. It just it like the big thing is the website. So Riser, let me ask: do you have a website, or are you able to host this anywhere?
I built a prototype website with AI already, and I've seen the layout and visualized it a bit already. And then I was like, at the step where I'm like, okay, user sign and stuff. I need to, like, you basically apparently only use like Google and Discord to sign in is like the best way to like sign in without having bot issues, because you don't want bots obviously. And then in order to make that happen, I had to subscribe to like a Google Plus account to get like my own domain name and stuff. And then I was like, oh, I don't have money for this subscription for this stupid thing. And then that's as far as I've gone on the website. But I've mostly been working on the presentation and also trying to identify any like potential hazards and road blockages in the whole system, like AI, and understanding how the hell AI fits into this and whatnot to begin with, because I don't want to start something if the balloon's going to pop.
Absolutely.
But I think it is a huge opportunity, and I do want to move along with it and dedicate a bunch of time to it and bring it to life as fast as possible, effective as possible, because I like having challenges to do every day, and specifically building businesses is like a fun challenge.
Absolutely. So, Riser, if I were you, this is what I would do.
Bootstrapping a marketplace is like kind of notoriously difficult, because you need both companies that are going to want to host the contest, which requires awareness, and then you need users as well. So you almost need a sales team to some extent to actually at least pitch it to companies, but you could probably build a robot to do that. Even like cold calling people and actually explaining it might be better. At least having an amazing website that explains the benefits would be good. I think wrapped with money and influencers, basically.
It just takes some emails to do that. You don't need a cold calling team. Riser, if I were you, this is what I would do. I would recognize I don't have the funds to do this, and my parents, I'm not going to them. But you have your brother now. Hold on. I would come up with a really good pitch to him. I'm
not going to do that.
Why not?
I would put venture capital in Silicon Valley and burn their money, but I'm not going to.
It's not that much money.
It's important to keep it intact, and getting to business with your family is not the route to go.
Okay, I mean, wouldn't you eventually tell him about it anyway?
What?
Wouldn't you eventually tell your brother about it anyway?
Yeah, but he's not into investing in startups, whereas venture capital is literally designed for that.
Okay.
He's very risk averse anyway.
Okay, that's fine. It's just if you go to venture capital with this, they can easily just take this idea and leave you in the dust.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, basically, you're going to be giving them the golden ticket. If you go to venture capital and you say, hey, I can put all your marketing teams out of business and create this, they're going to say, okay, that's great, Riser, and they're going to be gone. And let me just say this. I know that I don't know. Mama Riser makes an excellent point. It's not good to get into business with your family. However, you could at least tell your brother about this idea and say, look, I know that you found success in some other ways. I want you to know that I would basically run this organization. You could just be an angel investor, and it's not like you need hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking like maybe some small startup capital, and he might like the idea. If you put together a nice video for him and showed him the website, he might say, you know what, I'm doing really well right now, but this is a really good idea. This might take me from millionaire status to billionaire status, because generally a YouTube, unless you become a major influencer, that's difficult to do. However, it's not if you have some type of idea like this and just run it by him. If he says, I hate that idea, that's the worst idea ever, okay, so you tried. But he's not going to go run away with the idea and make a ton of money off of you like venture capital will.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but I don't think it'll be. I mean, maybe 10,000 operational cost ish, maybe. But I feel like to actually get it off the ground, you need influencers to promote it, and you can sell them equity or give them money or both. Is the only way you're going to get those people actually get the word out there, because you want to hit the ground running and not. I get that it is nice that you can do it like baby steps and start with little Joey's slushies or whatever, and like 4 people. But like, I don't know, I think it's much more like just makes more sense to pay a bunch of influencers that are also in the areas of interest that are related to this, people that are into indie filmmaking and indie AI creations and video editing, and or people that are into comedy or just creators in general, and directly target those people, because that's one side of the audience. And then say, look, there's opportunities on this website where you can make money doing ads to companies. Check it out.
I think if you go
But that would cost
if you go the influencer route, you're throwing your money away, in my opinion. There are enough small to medium sized businesses just in the podcast realm that are doing everything that they can to grow as organizations. And these are companies like, and I'm sure you've heard them, like the Me Undies of the world and the Square Spaces of the world. They're not super giant yet, and you basically can say to them, "Look, I want you to get better creative. And the way that we're going to do that is by you sponsoring a contest on my website. And you guys already have social media. You just have to put a post up saying, hey, we're running a contest for Squarespace. Whoever comes up with the best ad for us on Upcake wins $10,000. That's in their best interest. And then you don't have to give your money away or anybody else's money away to some influencer who's not going to care about it. You use the advertiser themselves. They already have a platform, they already have a network. And that's just going to improve their sales. It's going to improve the impressions that they get.
Right. Yeah, no, that's great. I like that.
So this, and again, this is what I would do. I would. You already can't afford the Google Plus account, like what your mom said. There is capital that's needed for this, and you have a normal family, but you do have one person who could perhaps help you, who you can trust. And instead of going to venture capital that's just going to take this idea and steal it, and because you can't really protect it, there's no trademark, there's no patent, there's nothing you can really do to stop someone from doing this. I would at least make my brother aware that I had this idea. I mean, that's the best thing that you could do as a brother, and just he's already had a lot of success, and just ask him his opinion on it. But I'd also come up with a business plan to say, look, if you want a part of this, I'll give you 50% equity in this. You don't have to run anything. And for all I need is the website and just basic operating costs. I'm not taking a salary out of this. And your brother may say, wait, for like $10,000, I can basically perhaps have the opportunity of being a billionaire. He makes $10,000 easily in a few days of revenue on his YouTube channel. That's not anything serious to him. But if you came up with a really good video that was exciting, that shows how this is an industry shaking idea, he might go for it. And if he does, it's going to make him a lot of money. It's going to make you a lot of money. And look, I've been around a lot of millionaires in my life.
You think I could like literally just launch it for 10K?
Yeah, I do. You just need the website. All you need is the website. And then from there, you just send emails, or even you could just get in contact with these smaller companies like ZipRecruiter and MeUndies Squarespace, not super big Fortune 500s. We're not talking about Chevron or Canadian Railways yet. Nothing like that. But people who are already looking at ways to advertise. And really, the podcast realm are these people because of to do live reads on podcasts is something that they have within their budget. And you basically are going to say to them, look, I just want you, instead of spending $5,000 to have somebody read your ad on one podcast, take that $5,000 and say, we're going to run a contest. And the best ad wins, and this contest is available on Upcake. And you do that with 4 or 5 of these different organizations, and you do it for free. You don't take any cut on this, and you're going to have them be overwhelmed with really exciting opportunities from which to choose. And they're going to come back to you and they're going to say, Riser, we've been just doing the same old thing because that's what all our competition does, and just writing a check every month to podcasters to do live reads. And that didn't get us anywhere. That's not posted anywhere. With yours, we got 1,000 entries on this, 500 of which are still posted on people's social media. And look at the one we chose. Look how good this is. We're not only going to use this on our own social media, but we want to take this to the next level. We want to make a full-on commercial about this. And at no point in this does it cost you money.
Sorry, what did you say?
At no point in this do you have to go to an influencer. That what I'm saying is you keep all the costs extremely limited. And what do I say you need the $10,000 for? You just need basically a website and a pretty tight pretty tight terms and conditions, and those would be your two major costs. And if I were your brother,
The legal fees is like less than 10 grand.
I mean, you're basically going to be able to draw up the terms and conditions with ChatGPT, and you just need a lawyer to read it over and essentially give their approval on it. And this isn't going to be very controversial content because it's already got to be hosted on YouTube or TikTok or Twitch or Twitter or one of those already. So you're basically using the power of the technocracy's legal teams, and at the very end you're the cherry on top to just make sure that everything for the contest is binding. But this is what I would say uh, to my brother, because he's the perfect person for this. I would say, look, I'm not asking you for money. I want you to know that I have a really great idea and I'm going to do this one way or another. Do you want to share of this? You're From what I know, anyone who is a thousandaire wants to be a millionaire. Everyone who's a millionaire wants to be a billionaire. And this is an opportunity for him to really take his wealth to another level. And I understand he's risk averse. That's fine. We're talking about 3 days of YouTube revenue. I mean, very small amount here. He might say yes to this if you propose it in the right way.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, I would not go out asking him for 300,000.
No. Stop that.
I know you're not. I know. I'm just saying I would not do that for 10 grand. I don't know what his net worth is. Really freaking millionaire at 22. He may very well not give a shit and be open to it.
He.
Well, my mom says he will give a shit and he wants to be open to it. But at least it's an opportunity, and
it's worth the risk on his end.
And you have to show him something. He doesn't want to see an idea. He wants to see something. And he wants to see, he's like any other investor, he wants to see traction. He wants to see blood, sweat, and tears into it.
I agree, and that's why I would tell him exactly where the money's going. We're going to need $2,000 for a website, for website hosting and everything, for 12 months. We're going to need $5,000 for the attorney to review the terms and conditions, and then perhaps another $2,000 or $3,000 for any type of other overhead that you're going to have. logos and all of that stuff you're going to be able to do organically. And you just basically say to him, and I would make a video for him, very easy. He can look at it on his phone and say, hey, this is really great, or this is not great. And if he rejects it, okay, that's fine. But the second you go to venture capital on this, they're going to say, Riser, we're not interested. And they're going to close the doors on you, and they're going to steal your ideas.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the warning on that, because I
mean,
was like, oh.
You're basically you're the Winklevoss twins, and you're going to be going to Mark Zuckerberg telling him about Facebook.
And you know where I would look for content creators? I would advertise Upwork.
Oh, that's a great place. Absolutely. Upwork and Fiverr as well.
They're looking for money. They don't have work. If that's in their space.
Yes.
I didn't know there was advertising on that.
Yeah, because you're advertising like, hey, this is what I need. So this
Wouldn't Upwork be like, we don't want that?
No, they don't care.
I don't know that they care. You can do anything. I'm looking for this people. I'm looking for you to do this if you want to, blah, 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 blah.
Are you familiar with Fiverr?
Right?
Are you familiar with Fiverr as well? Fiverr.
I've heard of Fiverr.
Yeah, so
the only reason I know about Upwork is because, my son uses it for YouTube a lot.
Absolutely.
And so Fiverr is the same, is it? Yeah. Yep. So there you go.
Exactly. And that's essentially what you're.
Probably 12 platforms like that.
That's true. That's true. Those are the big two, though. Yep, those are the big two for gig work and small-time creator jobs, especially for video editors and such. But essentially, Riser, what you're doing is you're building that type of platform with less overhead.
Right.
So it's a thought, and then
overhead than Fiverr. Aren't those already like low overhead?
They are, but they have a lot of. I would say they have to at least store a lot of data when it comes to the transfer of files. I think that they're at least looking at 5 GB hosting. You're not even going to have that. Everything that you have is going to be links. Like basically, your website is going to be the most efficient website that it could be to keep costs extremely low. You're not going to have an app, which is $100,000 in development that you're not going to have to ask your brother for. You're not going to have a pay.
Think it needs an app?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Look, I've launched apps on both the App Store and Google Play. That's technology of 10 years ago. Everything now is in a browser. Or it's moving back towards a browser. And there are things.
So it has to be mobile friendly, though.
Well, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be? Of course. Yeah, you don't want people having to zoom in on everything, but you just make everything browser based. That's how you keep your costs low. You know what's called the Apple App Store tax, where they're going to take 30% of any transaction. You don't want to get involved with that. You only want people going to a browser. It's literally, instead of Craigslist, it'd be Riser List or whatever you want to call it. And people go to it and they can submit their links. And at the end of the contest, the Coca-Cola company or whoever it is gets an email of the top voted entries. They can either look at every single entry, but they don't have time to do that. So they might look at the top 100 entries or the top 10 entries and then put it in front of a boardroom. The boardroom chooses the one that they like. They pay out the contest. You take 10% eventually of the contest amount, and then they're going to come back to you in quarter 2 for the next idea.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
I agree. And let's just for my own happiness and perhaps for everybody's here. I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to speak into this idea, and I want the good, the bad, and the ugly. Here we go. I have an idea, and I want you to steel man it. How A new type of marketing strategy could arise that is industry shaking. Instead of having individual marketing teams that can be very expensive for every Fortune 500, and also marketing agencies, that this effort could be crowdsourced and essentially have a very simple website where users submit links and the website hosts the links, and it would be basically companies sponsoring contests, and the links would be hosted on different social media so that costs would be kept down. So for instance, you could have a major company like the Coca-Cola company who had a contest for $100,000, and they could choose what crowdsourced ad that individual creators, small time influencers, could create for them, and how this could eventually be the future of advertising. You're circling a real shift in its raw form. So here we go. At its strongest, your concept is a platform that replaces traditional marketing teams and agencies with a global competitive crowd-sourced creative marketplace where brands post campaigns as contests and creators submit ads hosted on existing platforms, TikTok, YouTube, etc., competing for large rewards. If executed well, this could radically lower cost structures. Companies like the Coca-Cola Company spend millions on agencies, productions, and media buying. Your model eliminates agency retainers, outsources production to creators, uses organic social distribution instead of paid media. Net effect is cheaper plus more scalable experimentation. This would unlock massive creative diversity. Instead of 10 agency creatives, you get 10,000 creators, different cultures, humor styles, niches, native content for each platform. This mirrors why platforms like TikTok outperform polished ads. Raw creativity wins attention. Turn ads into performance competitions. Instead of guessing what works, let the market decide. Views, engagement, conversions, reward top performers. Marketing becomes closer to a trading market of attention. Align incentives better than agencies. Agencies get paid regardless of performance. Your system, creators only win if they perform. Brands only pay for results. That's a huge structural innovation. Now, the real problems. Why this doesn't exist at scale yet. Brand risk. This is the biggest one. Big companies prefer not to risk off brand messaging, offensive content, legal violations. A bad viral ad can cost millions in reputation damage. Quality control problem. If 10,000 people submit, 9,500 will be low quality. Reviewing becomes a nightmare. Agencies exist partly to filter chaos. Incentive misalignment for creators. If only one winner gets $100,000, most creators get nothing. High quality creators won't participate long term. This becomes a lottery, not a profession. Platform dependency risk. If everything lives on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, you don't control distribution, algorithms, monetization. That's dangerous for a core marketing system. Legal IP ownership issues. Who owns the ad? The creator, the brand, the platform? This gets complicated fast, especially globally. Now, the stronger version. This is where it becomes industry shaking. Here's how you evolve your idea into something actually disruptive. Performance based creative marketplace. Instead of just contests, build a system with three layers. Tiered creator system solves the quality and trust. Creators are ranked. Tier 1, proven performance. And we've talked about this, Mrs. Mama Riser. So don't think that I just couldn't say all of that into the prompt without it shutting off. Proven proven performers, tier 2 emerging, and tier 3 open entry. Brands like Nike or Apple can open contests to top tiers only or go fully open for experimental campaigns. This filters quality without killing scale. 2, a hybrid pavement model solves creator incentives. Instead of winner take all, small upfront payments for participation, performance bonuses, views, conversions, big prizes for top performers. Turns this into a career path, not gambling. And we've talked about this, how this opens up a new type of industry. Built-in performance tracking layer. Your platform tracks engagement, conversion, return on investment. Think which creator generates the most revenue per dollar. This is what agencies pretend to do, but rarely proved cleanly. Brand safety, AI plus human moderation. Before anything goes live, AI filters risky content, human reviewers approve finalists. It solves the biggest corporate fear. Distribution engine, your secret weapon. Don't just host links, aggregate performance, boost winning ads, repost across brand owned channels, potentially fund paid amplification. Now you're not just a contest platform, you're a media engine. What this becomes, the big picture. If this works, you're not just replacing agencies, you're creating a global market where attention, creativity, and advertising performance are traded like assets. That's closer to stock market mechanics meets influencer economy meets ad tech. Why this could actually win? Because it aligns with existing trends: rise of individual creators over agencies, decline of traditional ads, algorithm driven content discovery, performance based everything. This is basically Uber for advertising creativity. That's absolutely correct. Final reality check. This won't kill agencies overnight. Instead, what happens is start with mid-sized brands. That's exactly what we were talking about. Startups, direct-to-consumer companies prove better return on investment, faster iteration, viral success rates. Then enterprise brands adopted for experimental campaigns first. Eventually, it becomes a standard channel alongside agencies. Bottom line, your idea is viable as it revolves from contest website into performance driven creative marketplace with trust, incentives, and distribution built in. I agree with that. And I think that if you were to take that idea, make it perhaps a little more succinct, put some examples in it, and you said to your brother, I know that you don't want to necessarily get things in the family, but hey, that the Rockefeller families did pretty well. Your family could do well at this too. You could say, uh, I am looking at the need for like $10,000. I don't want to go to our parents over this. I don't currently have this money, and I want you to know that I will run this, and basically, you don't have to do anything differently. If it's of interest to you, then let's see what happens because this has the opportunity to be $1 billion idea. If you don't want to have anything to do with this, that's fine. But I felt that it was prudent to make you aware of it first. Before I go and give this idea to some banker or some venture capitalist, why not keep it within our family so that we both have the opportunity to become billionaires? And you never know, your brother may say that's a really good idea. He's into digital advertising and that's how he makes his money. So of course he's gonna have his finger on the pulse of this, and you never know, he might say that's a good idea. How much do you need? And you may say, look, just to start off, I can't even pay for a Google account. So I know I'm going to at least need a few $1,000s, but just to give me some of a cushion, I need $10,000. And you can, I'm your brother. You trust me. You can see where all the money's going. We're going to need a little bit for legal. We're going to need to for the website, and then I'm going to not get paid anything, and I'm going to reach out to these different small brands and even direct to consumers, and I'm going to get a few, just like I do with the podcast. I reach out to these people on Twitter, and they get back to me right away if they're interested, and then we have a podcast later that week. You can do the exact same thing with email inboxes and social media.
Yeah, no, I like the low cost bootstrapping approach that doesn't get it rubbed right away by venture capital. I think it's good. They did say in the ChatGPT response that you need like AI moderation and human moderation in there, which was also something. I mean,
Eventually, eventually. Look, if you have 7 contests going on at once and 38 entries for all of them combined when you're first starting out, you don't need AI. Eventually, as you begin to scale this, absolutely. But it's going to start small, just like anything does. But again, I think a good example or analogy is this is a Winklevoss twin idea that you don't want to just go giving to Mark Zuckerberg.
I think the AI is also it's not necessarily for just filtering out like whether there's a naked butt in the photo, but for actually like recording the audio and or even using visual analysis of the advertisements itself and then like again, like analyzing all of these different ads
You're not gonna
and using that insights to companies as well.
you're not gonna get a naked butt. If it won't go on TikTok, you're not. It's not gonna get to you. It has to get on TikTok first.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
So basically, you're using all of their overhead. TikTok from ByteDance and Facebook from Meta and YouTube from Alphabet, and you are leveraging that for yourself. You're using their lawyers, you're using their AI systems, you're using their login methods and their moderation policies. All you need is the link.
Fact. Yeah. Heard. I really love the idea, and in the advertising market is $1 trillion, and but
That's a
yeah,
that's a nice pie. That's a nice pie. We've talked about this.
You know
That
what? All of it. You just need like a little bit.
exactly,
A little tiny bit.
exactly.
Right?
Yeah, when
You get 1%, and you get 0.5%, and you get any point.
No, I'm just saying, like some businesses, they're like niche and they're going after like the skating rink, like boards market or something. It's like a small market, but it helps when there's a giant market.
Possibly in the beginning, like I work for TELUS. I don't know if Americans know TELUS, but we have like 3 major telecommunication companies in Canada, and it's one of those. But they've been doing the same ads for years and years. Like they have it set. I can't imagine that this would ever work for a large company like that. Not.
Yeah, no. This was a risk that was identified. Also, I think it depends on the company, but the why like Doritos. No, nothing to do with the negative advertising at all. Like TELUS has a very distinct advertising flavor where they use the same purple font colors and they use cute animals, and they basically are like, TELUS, we advertise with cute animals. Where like Dorito was using the Super Bowl like for their Super Bowl doing the contest approach, and they consistently got these top ads like all the time. But supposedly they stopped doing it because there was a lack of like congruency with the brand itself. And like you can think of probably a lot of companies like the bank that does like the hands in my pocket songs or whatever, they have like these consistent ad like kind of things across like some of them decades probably. So
guys, however, done.
that's exactly right.
And when you get to the large, it would have to be like you have to do this specifications. If I'm even writing now, nobody's handwriting letters anymore. But if I was used to have to go and get, I couldn't even put a logo on a piece of paper without following the specifications.
Absolutely.
Right? Like it's
brand.
But yeah, that's a later problem anyway.
Brand requirements and licensing.
Just not.
Absolutely.
I don't think you'll get those guys for a long time.
Absolutely, and I would say to, let's say, the CEO of your organization, you guys are great in Canada. How would you like to be AT&T globally? And meaning, we'll take you to the next level, and you're already paying marketing teams to put out the same garbage that they've been putting out for a decade. Why? They're not doing anything different from you. All you need is a chief marketing officer, a small team, and use our platform. And we're going to give you the same animals with the same purple logo and everything, but we don't have retainer fees of a marketing agency. We're going to save you money. When you can say to a CEO that we can save you money and huge amounts of money to get either the exact same results or better results, they're going to have open ears.
Yeah.
Now,
if it was actually like in tune with the brand's decade-long advertising campaign, I guess.
Yeah.
It depends though. Like not every single company is like that.
they won't choose anything that isn't in line with what they want. And it's the crowdsourcing that's going to basically give them the seal of approval before they already do. Who knows? Maybe cute little animals isn't the best for their organization and they don't know it. They've just been listening to these creative agencies for the last decade. But perhaps cartoon animals are actually better and they haven't been using those. I mean, this slight adjustment can can change the way that they do business. In the United States, and Reiser and I have talked about this, and this is globally actually, the number one search term that is paid on Google is the word insurance. Basically, for Google Ads, if you want your company to show up for the word insurance, it is extremely expensive for per click. And this was 10 years ago when I researched this. It was like $7 every time somebody clicked that. But the thing is, when somebody has insurance with you, they will have insurance with you for decades, and that's basically an excellent customer to have. But in the United States and perhaps globally, all insurances are generally the same. They just become in competition for marketing. So one, like in the United States, Affleck has a duck, and Geico has
Yeah.
a gecko, and perhaps and like Liberty Mutual has an emu. They've all come to the same conclusion that using these animals is or perhaps the best way to advertise for their insurance. However, it's taken them 20 years or so at least of competitive advertising against each other to be able to figure that out. They would have been able to figure this out far earlier if they had crowdsourced this and had actual numbers to be able to say, we want a cute animal. It's just, it's like, oh, duh.
Yeah.
And your organization has figured that out. People like cute animals. I've said this previously for health companies. Why name your health company Truvina Health, some made up word, when you could just name it something that people align with and understand, or at least have a mascot that is tangible and people identify. That's really important. With that said, Mama Reiser, you brought up a really good point. We don't need the whole $1 trillion pie. We just need a small slice of this, and it triggered in my memory a story that I really like, and I'm just going to share with you in just a moment. It's a story of a man who owned a small but pivotal share of Middle East oil rights. His name was Kalust Sarkis Gulbenkian, an Ottoman Armenian oil genius known as Mr. 5%, because he eventually held 5% a 5% stake in the Turkish Petroleum Company. Gulbenkian was
Wow.
instrumental in the 1907 merger of British Shell and Royal Dutch to compete with Standard Oil, and later founded the TPC in 1912. His initial share distribution in the TPC was 40%, but after transferring 25% to Royal Dutch Shell and the dissolution of the Turkish National Bank, his portion was reduced to 5%. Despite this small fraction, his personal holding and expertise was crucial in navigating the complex colonial competition between Britain, Germany, and the U.S. for Mesopotamian oil reserves. And this man, as I understand, what basically he did was he was able to get the rights to oil that the Ottoman Empire didn't really feel was that important at the time. It wasn't like gold or silver or diamonds or something like that that caught your attention. And so he was able to essentially recognize it. And there's a quote of his: I'd rather have 5% of a large pie than 100% of a
Yeah.
small pie. And then there's also a phrase that I always hear in crypto that is something like I'd rather have 10% of a watermelon than 90% of a grape.
Yeah, exactly. The one I always find interesting is Mastercard. Everybody knows that it's got like 3% of the market or something.
And
But 3% of pretty much everybody in the world, every adult having at least one credit card is huge.
exactly.
So, yeah.
And
Yeah.
what's
what you were saying earlier about the like Telus perhaps being like reluctant to trying a new form of advertising, like away from the cute animals. I was just saying like how the hell would that really work? But kind of like what you're saying, if you're selling a product like a food product or a merchandise product to Walmart or Whole Foods, you're gonna test it out in like one store first, and then if it does well in that store or that local region, you're gonna expand to more and more, and then eventually go nationwide if it's actually selling and doing well. But basically, like what Telus could do is take that advertisement that gets amazing feedback on Upcake or CrowdSpark or whatever, and then do a test in a certain area with that ad and then compare it, I guess. But I don't know if it's that easy to test the comparison, but conversion somehow on a bus advertisement or whatever. But
that's difficult. That's difficult because that's impressions that aren't tracked. But social media impressions are tracked. The amount of people who click on something is tangible and easily is an easy data point to be able
yeah,
to chart, and that's what makes this
right.
that's what makes this extremely lucrative.
Yeah, because they could just you launch a targeted ad on Twitter to specifically like Prince Edward Island or something, and see how people react to it,
Yeah, I
or
mean,
wherever Mexico City.
if I were explaining this to a class of first graders, I would say very simply: is it better to have 10 people look at your idea and give you feedback, or 10,000 people look at your idea and give you feedback? And every single kid in that classroom is going to say 10,000. They know that more numbers means better, and it's in this case, it's true. You're going to get more feedback. You're going to, and the part that the AI didn't even recognize is the fact that you're now going to be able to seep into people's timelines, into their algorithms organically for free. That's incredibly powerful. And the amount of people who just like advertising, like creative things, they're going to go on Upcake or Riser's website and just look at advertisements all day, just like they look at purses on Instagram. It's the same idea.
Yeah.
Or people like that go on IMDb to review movies, or go on wherever like to review. There's whole platforms built around just reviewing restaurants or whatever the hell.
Exactly.
Google.
And Riser, you and I both, of the things that we discussed, one major one is comedy. Now imagine you get a really funny ad or a series of really funny ads. People are going to post that link on, or essentially share that link on their own social media just because they want to make their friends laugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's both like a perk and a limitation, because it it makes people want to just upvote the funniest thing, and if it's a serious product, which I think that the vast majority of products would probably be open to having humor in their ads, because humor is a very good way to get people to be interested in the first place. But if it's like a medical device or some really bland industrial machine product or something, like where humor is not necessarily the best way to reach like their target audience, it could be not the best. But you also need the target audience feedback, as well as just the general vibe of it.
Well, that's why you allow the company to choose, and you don't leave it up to the people. And we discussed this, but just so Mama Riser's aware, there's the story of Bodie McBoatface. This originated in
Oh, I
26.
love that.
Okay, so you're aware of this, right? With basically,
Yeah, I love that.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's what you want to avoid, forcing a company to have to use some type of advertisement that they may not want to use. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't use Bodie McBoatface at a different time, or it just goes viral. It's cute, people like it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be promoted by the company. Uh, I think that that's
it gives the company a huge boost.
exactly.
That's not what they wanted at all.
There's a lot to unpack still, but good conversation.
Excellent.
What were you gonna say?
What was I gonna say?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm happy that your mom knows about Bodie McBoatface, and you guys. I don't want to take up all your time. You're gonna watch the interview, so go watch the interview together. But Riser, if I were you, I would put together a really nice business plan. You're gonna need one anyway. I wouldn't necessarily go buying anything else. You're fine with what you've got, and I know who I would have to convince. I don't know about your relationship, but you don't need to ask him for hundreds of thousands of dollars, nor would you ever. This will start to make money within the first few months. Like, this isn't like, hey, we're cash strapped and we have to keep growing in order to start bringing in some income. No, literally, and Riser and I have talked about this. You're going to take 10% of every contest. So if Coca-Cola wants to have $100,000 contest, in order to post it on Upcake, it's $110,000. But that's a flat fee. There's no more to it than that. They don't have an agency that they have to pay. Riser gets $10,000, and the contest is $100,000. And then Riser, you're going to start making money right away.
Well, I could get in as an investor, but I have some conditions that Zach may not be happy with. Such as?
Have to shave.
No, it's not shaving. No.
Have to take a shower every once.
No, I wanted him to get out dating. I think that the most important thing is to find the right person. So that would be my condition. That is a totally mom thing to say, isn't it?
Well, I'll tell you what. Your son, when he wants to put his mind to it, won't have an issue. I know that I've had. He's been in calls that I've been in with women, and they find him to be very attractive. So you've done your job there. I mean that.
Birth to one of the greatest looking people in North America.
And that one is pretty easy. I know that everybody has their own strategy, but it's a numbers game, and the dating apps allow for it to for Riser to be able to have his choice of any woman that he wants on these apps. But I understand his focus on wanting a business and to be successful before that happens. And he's still young, but he's got a lot going for him in terms of he's smart. He's very funny. You raised a very funny son. I mean that.
I agree.
And so he's not going to have trouble with women. It'd be one thing if it were like, is he ever going to get married? No. The second that he turns his mind to getting married, he'll be able to get married. But with this type of idea, I think that Mrs. Reiser, you can invest in anything you want. I'm not going to tell you one way or another, but he doesn't need your money. You should keep your money. He needs like 5 days of your other son's revenue from a YouTube channel, and you're going to have two sons that within the decade, by 2030, are both billionaires.
No, not billionaires ever.
Oh, yes.
Billionaire?
Oh, yes.
No.
They're problematic.
Oh,
in my opinion.
Okay, that he can.
Too greedy.
That he can. That he can.
Who bought land on the Amazon.
Then he can. Then he can give away all of his money. But I'm saying, like we talked about, I think Reiser said that marketing is a $1 trillion industry. It's even bigger than that.
Yeah.
And all we need is Mr. 5%, even less than that. Like you said, 0.5% of this, and he'll be a billionaire. Yeah. And he can give it all away so that he, is always just a multimillionaire, whatever you want him to be. But you don't need to convince your other son. He's the one who needs to just put together a solid business plan, and your brother won't look at it as his brother coming to him for money. He'll be looking at it as his brother has a really good idea to make a ton of money very easily.
Do you have siblings?
I'm an only child.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, siblings can be complicated.
I recognize it, and
So
maybe
just
that's
sit down.
and maybe
Not
that's why I think
all about
and maybe that's why I think it's
the
so easy. But really,
the
if
only thing I care about is, peaceful, harmonious, close relationship. That's it. And I have seen in my lifetime a lot of cases where,
Who wasn't telling the Globe story?
brothers can get into business together and it goes south. Like I've seen it multiple times. I had two uncles who lived two doors down from each other and did not talk for 35 years over a business deal. They bought all these globes back in,
Like
I don't know,
Boxing
the
Day.
60s or something, and there was like thousands of them, and then they thought that they would sell and they didn't, so they lost money and blah blah blah, whatever.
They bought cheap globes on Boxing
And
Day,
then the world
and they could not
changes,
sell
and
the
they
globes.
get out of date, right?
yes, they do.
So anyway, so just like I've seen multiple times, and I'm not against what you're saying at all, in terms of, but he will want to see some meat on the bone, not just, hey, I have an idea. That is not the time to approach him. And as I say, I have my weird things. I think all young men should be out there um, dating. That's what I want to see. So now that I've embarrassed my son, I will leave the conversation.
Oh, I don't think you said anything to embarrass him, and he shouldn't be embarrassed at all. His mother wants the best for him. That's only an admirable trait of a parent to have. So you didn't say anything embarrassing. Uh, and
And I don't think waiting on it until you're successful is the answer. I just don't.
okay,
You know,
I understand.
you build together. You build together.
I get that.
You figure it out.
I get that. But then you got to give up half of it.
It's your partner.
I recognize that. Well, let me ask you this, and this is going to be extremely how would I say uh, material, but
Sure.
let's just be honest. If your son was successful with this business, he'd be able to get on a scale of 0 to 10 any woman who's a 10. She comes from a great family. She's absolutely brilliant, drop dead gorgeous, the cream of the crop of women, not just in your area, but in all of North America, perhaps the world. That's what you want for him, right?
No, I mean, like the perfect 10 is not what it's about. It's fun. It's finding the person that you connect with. Period. That you communicate with. That will be a good partner. That will be there. Good bad. I understand. Like money is not. I don't want my sons to be with somebody because they have money.
No, no, no. I understand
Oh,
that. You'd be able to
no, not
connect.
at all. I
He
want them to be with somebody who's a solid, really, really great, grounded person with wonderful morals and maybe a good sense of humor, and somebody would be a great mother if they choose to go that route, but a really, really supportive, great partner, which
and
I think you can find that before the successful.
he most
You
of
don't want to.
he
I worried about that with my other son. He's got a wonderful girlfriend, and she has no idea that he's so successful. He is not, because he hasn't really told anybody that.
he
So one day she's gonna be like, oh, by the way, I have like $40 million.
Well,
What?
he has some idea because he's taken her
He's
on
driving a
cruise.
BMW.
Whatever. Like, she knows she's not blind, but
He's wearing like a $4,000 watch.
She doesn't really. She knows that he's doing well. She has no
Oh yeah,
idea.
my brother is pissed away like thousands on a watch. So
okay. So if he's
maybe
willing
he
to
will
do
be a
that,
good boy.
he might be
That's
willing
good,
to
and that's
consider
He said
this.
it's an investment.
He might.
That's why, which I guess they are. But anyway, so no, I don't think it's about waiting until you're successful at all. I think it's that You know.
Okay, but financial security is something that females look for in a
It
partner.
is. It absolutely
They
is.
do for the qualities that of somebody
I
that will be. They don't really. They're not looking for. Oh, I need somebody right now who's got all their shit together. They're looking for somebody who possesses the right qualities to actually be a good partner and be successful. No. It's like so. Anyway, that you asked my opinion, and that's my opinion on this, honestly. And I think all young men should be out there because this is the time.
Okay.
This is the time, man.
Okay.
This is the time where, you know.
Okay.
What
with all
if
things
you don't
being
make
with
till
all
you're
things
42?
with all things being
50?
equal though, with all things being equal, that Riser will find a woman who he connects with, who's funny, who's humorous. Would you rather have her be on a scale of 0 to 10, a 6 or a 9?
In terms of what?
Her everything else the same, education the same, family the same, but in terms of her beauty.
Beauty?
I know it fades, but what I'm saying.
You're asking Gandhi here, apparently. Who doesn't?
Well, you're asking Gandhi. No, the thing about it is, it's whether or not where they're attracted to him.
Wait,
Period.
everything else
And
is
I
the same.
hope he doesn't go for the tens because the tens generally have, a bunch of issues
Wait,
that are going along with being a 10.
but not all of them do.
So,
Not all of them do. Many of them are educated, smart, will love him, and want to be with him for until the day they both die, God forbid. And that's what you
I
want.
don't care what they look like. I really, really, really don't care what they look like. Honestly. Okay, so I've met some, you would call them tens,
Yeah.
that, and young girls that are tens, and as soon as you're in, like, no, they've got problems.
Oh, then they're not necessarily. Then they're not
Picture of
tens.
one that is mind-boggling, like insane, and she has, she's no. It often comes with a lot of things wrong, right? Because I was not a 10, I'll tell you that, but I was a good-looking young woman. And you'd walk, it didn't matter what room I walked into or down the street, everybody would stare at me. Everybody.
Sounds like
And
a
so
10 to
it gets
me.
to your head, right? Like it's screwed up. It screws up your head because then you think, well, I guess, my looks are everything. And it's just not. It's just not about that at all. And maybe it's a maturity thing. I'm old now, right? But I'm just saying I would not go for a 10 ever.
Okay,
I
that's
just
right.
wouldn't.
Okay, then a 9, but let's say a pretty.
No. Honestly, go for. Okay, I'm not going to say go for a 4, right?
Aren't you just so kind? All of that. Fuck the 4s.
Okay, no. Let me take that back. You want a 10 in terms of quality of person. Absolutely. You want a 10 for somebody who's supportive, kind, generous. All of those things should be 10. Education. Okay, well if that's how you're measuring it, I'm like a 4. I don't know. I've got a high school education. I'm I'm a senior solutions architect in IT, but I've got a high school education, so I get that it's really important, and obviously, like I've learned a lot along the way, but
Have you seen the Nathan? Or it's a Nathan Fielder from Nathan For You. He has a show rehearsal about this guy who was going to trivia night every night, and he lied to his friend group about his education, saying that he went to university and everyone in his friend group university when he didn't. And there's this whole like multi-episode thing about this guy who's just petrified to reveal the truth about his education to his group of friends. Pretty funny. Thanks.
And then the other thing is, like, Zach's brother,
Yes.
high school education. so, would I say, oh no, you can't possibly, be with somebody? As long as they have street smarts, as long as they're, intuitive, as long as they have a high EQ. You guys have to have a woman with a high EQ, right?
I agree.
Those are the things. So yeah, 10 on that level. Looks, honestly, I don't know anybody that you're attracted to. I don't actually care if she's a 4. She's probably not going to be a 4 because those poor girls that are born as 4s, right? That's kind of unfair, but it doesn't matter. You're probably not going to be with somebody that you're not really attracted to, and you will be shocked that you can be attracted to a 5 or a 6 or a 7.
Oh, those are great numbers. Seven are great numbers. Look, I think we can both
Yeah.
agree. He's your son, so your say has a lot more. But what I am saying is, we want her to look in his eyes be a 10, and for him to be in her eyes a 10. They may not be 10s, they may not be perfect, but we want them to love each other and feel that that is the person for them, right?
Exactly.
There you
It's
go.
who you connect with. It's whether it's how you if you share a similar perspective in life. If you can, if you wake up with somebody that's happy every day, that's huge. If you wake up with somebody that is a 10 in terms of their looks and they're miserable every day, that's not you're not gonna last. You're just not gonna last, right? So it really is. I hate to say it, guys. It's really about the personalities, and yeah, maybe if you're a multi-gazillionaire, whatever, do you get like the best of the best of the
Wait,
best?
and that's
Yeah,
what we're
but you're
talking about.
probably
And
a bit
that's
screwed up.
and that's what we're talking about. Your son has the opportunity at that. He
Yeah,
does.
yeah, of course.
He absolutely does.
Yeah, but they're engaged, and I keep saying to them, they're not going to come. And I would say this to you, Rabbi, even though I barely know you, they're not going to come knocking on your door, right? Get out there.
Hold
They go
on.
up to your building.
They,
Get out
wait,
there.
wait, wait. Riser hit the nail on the head.
Sorry.
Riser hit the nail on the head. They will if you're a billionaire.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, when you're all wrinkly and old and you finally make it, no. And also you need practice. You got to get out there and date because
Oh.
you got to date some. And
Oh.
you got to kiss some frogs.
Wait,
right?
wait. When it comes to that,
It takes a while to figure out and get good at relationships.
Wait.
It just doesn't happen. So when you're suddenly ready for your 10
no.
to come along,
At least
you're gonna screw it up. Screw up. Go screw up relationships now. Go figure out what works, what doesn't, who you like, what personality traits you don't. Do all that now. So then when you meet your 10, then you're a 10 because you got like unless you have experience out there dating, you're not a 10. I don't care what you look like when you look in the mirror. You're not a 10 until because that takes practice in relationships to get there.
Oh, Mama Riser, at least from my perspective, I've had many female friends. I've lived with women. I have been a pickup artist where I would go in with other pickup artists where we go and see how many women's numbers we can get in a given night. I have even dated women who my profile was so high on Tinder, they asked me out to find out how I was able to get such a high score, and we went on dates in Beverly Hills. So I can tell you that like from the gaming the system and being able to do well in terms of dating, I don't have an issue with that. And additionally, from a religious standpoint, I've had matchmakers who I've been pretty close to perhaps popping the question with in some um, in some relationships, but I just wasn't ready. And so I agree with you. If I've never dated or never had any experience with women, oh, get out there and yeah, absolutely. But at least in my case, I'm pretty good at all of that. I've taught classes on that where you actually have men who come to you and they basically we call them within the pickup artist community AFCs, average frustrated chumps. They come to you, they don't know why they can't get a date, and you basically, if you've ever seen the movie Hitch, you make sure that they're dressing correctly, that they have proper hygiene, that they are using small tips like eye contact and listening and all of those types of things. And there are certain routines that we do. There are all kinds of things like that. So at least from an experience perspective, I feel pretty comfortable with that. And then there's there are other ways of experience with let's just say behind closed doors with a person and making sure that you're able to uh, bring pleasure to your significant other. Those are all really important things too. And if somebody doesn't have any experience in doing any of those things, and they find themselves perhaps middle aged, and then absolutely get out and date 100%. But at least in my case, I've quite a bit of experience with in all of those realms, and
You've been there, you've done that, and now you're not.
absolutely. But I can use that experience, and really, to Reiser's point, women will come to you and under certain conditions, and if you have certainly a nice investment portfolio that helps. But I'm in agreement with you that nobody is perfect, and from any standpoint. But at least Reiser's young enough that if he were to focus on this for a year or two, I really think that he could make a lot of money doing it. And then go and he could be married by 30. He could have kids by 31 or 32. That's a that's
He can do both. You don't have to do just one though, right? Like maybe in your case where you're 24/7 and you're in a very unusual circumstance.
That's correct.
You've got an excuse to not get out there and date.
That's correct.
Fine. I get that. But he's not.
And you're right about that.
He can be doing both.
Absolutely.
And if you're not doing both, then you're doing yourself a disservice.
I agree. And
really, that's how I feel it. And I know I'm an overprotective mama bear. I can't help it.
I think what you're saying is prudent. And Reiser and I don't really get into too much in terms of his relationships or anything like that. I don't have too much of a worry from him because I just know I've been in calls where attractive women are immediately attracted to him, and he doesn't really realize it, and that's cool. But that's kind of, you have to know your self worth as well, and maybe it would be helpful if he could recognize and have the.
Are you talking about Mrs. Aquarius or something?
No. I'm not going to name this person's name, but someone who a lot of people were attracted to. Immediately, one time, Reiser went on cam. One of the first times he ever went on cam, and she was like, "Who is that?" And she was very attracted to him. I'm not going to say her name though. It happened though. I was there and I remember it quite well. No one in this call, not Mr. Quirsch, nobody like that. So you don't have issues with that. Even Reiser, you were like getting a pizza the other day, and like some girl working at the pizza place was flirting with you. You just don't recognize it.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. He doesn't recognize it, and it's just, yeah.
Let's bash Reiser to some more.
No.
Well, Reiser is 6'4". Like that in and of itself.
That's all he needs. That's top 5% of the human species. He'll be fine with that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Seriously, he could be he could be absolutely stupid,
got a great
ugly, exactly.
I know he'll be great once he's out there, but it's just like, yeah, he's kind of waiting. He's doing this. Oh well, when I'm successful, I'll go out, and I just think it's not the correct approach.
I don't mean to beat up on him, but he needs more urgency. Just in his life, in women and in business. Like my big thing with him is in business. It's always, hey, I've got this new idea, and when we go through it, it's like it's a good idea, but okay, what are you going to do with it? And then it doesn't pick up as much traction as I would like. And perhaps within dating, he should perhaps maybe do the same thing. Have more urgency in terms of that. Well, Reiser, I don't want to beat up on you. Most men could only want to be in your position. You've got a great family. You've got a great head on your shoulders, a great personality. You're smart. You've got you're attractive. You're tall. You're athletic. You are a lover of animals. You've got a lot going for you. So we'll make sure that you find an amazing woman. There's no doubt about that. I want you to achieve all the things that you want in this world. And one of them, I know you want to be extremely successful in some type of venture. May not be this one, but in something. But I would say to you, Riser, you've got a winning idea here that could really be industry changing. And I just know myself, I can be a very convincing person. I know I could convince my brother. If we didn't absolutely hate each other, I would treat this like any other business meeting. I would make sure to be over prepared on all of the, just like in Shark Tank or in Dragons. Then I would have the answer to all of their questions. And if he eventually said no, then he said no. I'm not gonna ruin our relationship over this. But one thing that Mama Reiser said, that she had two uncles who didn't speak for 35 years. Uh, their idea uh, had a major um, well, they basically were requiring each other's help. You're not really asking for anything aside from him just writing a small check to you, something that he writes for a watch or just a tune up on his for an automobile. Like, this isn't huge amounts of money. You're literally saying, I can't pay 1 year of a Google Plus account, but I have $1 billion idea. I think if you if it were me, I would put together the business plan. I would show my brother I'm really serious. I'd wear a suit. I'd want to, if you can meet with him in person, great. Via video, but I would show my brother that I'm taking this more seriously than he's ever seen me take anything, that I knew my numbers, and then I would give him examples, and I would use my own mother's business organization as the example. I would say, look, you and I both have been watching for our whole lives how this company markets, and they use these animals and all of that, and that's great. And here's one of their ads that they use now for their upcoming advertising campaign. They could just do the same thing that they always do, which is fine, but we're going to give them more options at what they normally do if they don't want to go in a different direction. But here are five, and I would even create the different creative for him, the different videos for him, and say, now, what if you took this idea and you crowdsourced it? And not only would the company have a better commercial, every commercial could always be better for one thing or another. It could be it could have a slightly more attractive person, or it could use slightly different song, or it could use different lighting, whatever it is. You crowdsource what people felt was the absolute best version that they could get, and that made people post it on their own social media. It made people excited about advertising. It made advertising agencies essentially obsolete. It made companies more money. It made people more money. If I had this type of idea that could essentially transform a company that we know really well, imagine what it could do on a global scale. And I'm not asking for much of you, just the initial startup, and from there it's going to pay for itself. It's not like we have 5 years to be profitable. No, we'll be profitable in the first quarter. All I have to do is then email Me Undies and ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Squarespace and Shopify and some of these medium to large businesses and say, you are already running a contest for something. I just want to put that and feature it on my website, and we'll do the first one for free, and you're going to see all of the creative ideas that we're going to be able to crowdsource for you. You're going to be able to choose them, and if you don't like any of them, that's fine. You don't absolutely have to choose something this first round. You could put some kind of terms and conditions on it, but chances are they're going to want to, especially these smaller organizations. For $10,000 to a company like Squarespace, that they paid for that for Tony Hinchcliffe or William Montgomery or one of our other favorite comedians on a podcast to read one time, they will take the risk knowing that the potential payoff is worth immense amounts for them. And if I were to be able to say that to anybody, including my brother, he's going to recognize that this isn't his brother coming to him for money. This is his brother coming to him with an idea that can make him a lot of money. And that is a totally different opportunity. You're not asking him to buy you a car. You're asking for him to be able to make more money for himself. And everybody likes to hear that if they are looking to make more money. And your brother's one of these people as well. He likes money. He likes his BMW. He likes his fancy watch. Why not have more of that? I'm sure he'd like a yacht. I'm sure that he'd like to be able to, level up.
He literally would.
Exactly. I mean, I hear how he is, and I don't need to know him. He would. He's a millionaire right now. He's a multimillionaire right now. This money means nothing to him. But if he sees the idea, if he sees and he knows that YouTube isn't forever, that there can be changes in the world that may eventually mean that the popularity of his niche isn't forever. You never know. Things can change. But this is a groundbreaking idea that has the opportunity to make him a billionaire. And if Mama Reiser doesn't want him to be a billionaire, that's fine. He can be a 999 millionaire for the rest of his life and get. Thank you, and just have this glass ceiling of the billionaire class, and does not need that. And I understand that your mom wants you guys to remain grounded and not to become miserly and not to become greedy. And I absolutely understand that. On the flip side, though, your brother loves money, and he didn't come to you with this idea. You're going to come to him with an excellent business plan, and I would make sure my brother recognized that I was taking this more seriously than anything else that I'd ever taken before. I would get a suit if you don't already have one, or I'd wear one of the suits that I already do. You're a good looking dude. You're going to be able to come across attractive to different organizations. And you're going to be able to say, look, within the first quarter, if we have the website, I think that we'd be able to make $10,000. But the second quarter, once we had some satisfied customers, I think we'd be able to make $100,000. And by the third quarter, you just need 10 pretty big contests to make $1 million or so. Perhaps you're going to need more of those. But basically, I'm saying that you might be able to gross $1 million within the first year. Perhaps there's a chance, and you're going to be able to shake up the industry and help people who need money. There's an aspect of that I don't think maybe we're realizing, but there are a lot of needy artists out there and creative people who would love the opportunity of an organized platform to be able to showcase their work. Reiser, you're a muralist. And one of the great aspects of being a muralist is that people see what you do. Well, a lot of times these creatives go into a business meeting, they have a really great idea, the business team or whatever rejects their idea, and their idea dies in a manila folder and nobody ever gets to see it. This changes that. This gives them a canvas for their creativity, and
Yeah,
that's exciting.
yeah, yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure.
All right, Riser. Well, the ball's in your court. And Riser, do you have any of the dating apps downloaded? Do you have Tinder downloaded? Do you have Match.com downloaded? Do you have Hinge downloaded?
I don't use them.
Okay, but it's a numbers game. Why wouldn't you want to expose yourself to the most amount of great women?
I don't know.
Okay, we can
No
talk.
matches.
Oh, no matches? Are you
matches.
kidding me? My biography would say this: 6'4". That's it. That's all it has to say. Women are gonna throw themselves at you.
Very, very good. I'll try that.
Okay, Riser, we'll work on that. I mean, it's not super complicated, but you need some professional pictures taken of yourself, or at least high quality photos of yourself doing different things. At least one with your dog. That's wonderful. You want one of an action shot, one of you more serious. They don't have to be a ton. If you have anything from the beach or something like full body, that's great. You need 4 or 5 great pictures. We'll write your biography. And I mean, from there, it's just about swiping right. It's a numbers game. It isn't difficult. The way that I was able to pick up a sociologist who from Match, she worked at Tinder, is literally just having excellent pictures, having a good biography, and swiping right on a lot of women. And then all I had to do was check my inbox at the end of the day. And now, how did I do it? I had two ways. One, I built a robot that was able to swipe right for me, so I didn't have to sit there and swipe right all day. And secondly, I was able to hack the Tinder platform. You won't have to do any of those. I'm not 6'4", so I had to use some of the creativity that I have. But you're not going to need to do any of those things. But literally, if in your case, if it would please your family, you should go at least out. You should have a date every single week and find somebody who you really connect with, and someone who likes someone who likes someone who likes animals and pickleball and all the things that you enjoy. Like that, a date a week is nothing. And you have to do that for like 2 months, and you'll find some girl who you really like, and then from there you'll be dating for months and months and months, and then perhaps you may propose and then get married, and you can juggle a cake and a fiance going to be a wife, and then you're like a real person, like meaning a provider and you are a provider, and you're going to be a normal uh, husband and father eventually, and those are all the things that your mother wants.
Well, I think those are all the things that most people want. Like probably 98% of people, maybe not the kids, but everybody, 99.999%. If everybody's really honest, that's kind of the main thing in life is to find love.
I
So
agree. We have to
everything else aside.
we have to first convince Riser he's a catch. He's got to recognize that he is, and he has to recognize how much of a catch he is. Riser, I love this phrase. One time I was talking with an uncle of mine, and we got into a discussion. Riser, do you know how you know if you're cool?
Oh,
You just know. Meaning coolness comes internally. It's something that you have to recognize in yourself. And if you haven't recognized it in yourself, you should. You're very cool. I'm cool. I'm cooler than being cool. I'm ice cold. And I love having you in my life. And you've got to recognize that other people are going to love having you around, and that you have a very high value. And that high value, that high internal appreciation of yourself is going to go and take you a long way. But you've got to recognize it in yourself first. No one else can make you cool. No one else can give you that type of confidence. That's something that comes internally. And you'll understand it. It comes with maturity.
no, I agree. The last like long amount of years. I mean, it was like the last short while has been hell, and then before that was like hell mentally. But yeah, I think hopefully I'll stop feeling as shitty internally, and also just care about myself more, and also do more exciting things. This is kind of like a spiraling, self-perpetuating machine of like negative feelings perpetuate negative feelings, but positive feelings perpetuate positive feelings. So hopefully I can come into alignment with more positive feelings.
You're a catch.
But yeah, one thing that I learned from you is like I've never met someone so narcissistic and egotistical. But not even in like a bad way, but just like the I'm the best thing since sliced bread attitude, and it has actually changed my perspective because literally I have not met any human being alive, so full of himself. And I'm just like, yeah, I mean, it's not actually a bad thing to feel that way, that you're the shit, and that, like, you're not even saying that, like, everyone else sucks. It's just like, no, I'm exceptional and an amazing human being. So
Well, thank
I
you.
do. It has opened my mind a bit to be like, oh wait, I can kind of just feel like I'm amazing, even if I am not doing the most awesome stuff yet. I'm gonna do it.
You are
Eventually.
amazing. You are
I've
amazing.
done awesome shit already.
Absolutely. You are amazing. All right. You go spend time with your family. Mama Riser, is a pleasure to speak with you again. We're going to make sure that all of Riser's dreams come true and all of the dreams that you may have for your children come true, including not becoming billionaires, not becoming too successful, and finding love and finding people who love them. So um, I I look forward to not just Riser and my friendship, but our continued friendship. And send my best to Christopher. And if you guys ever need anything, I'm here for you. Okay?
Thanks so much. This was a real pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And we'll talk again.
Right
I'm
on.
sure at some point.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Take care. Bye bye.
All right, peace.
Peace.
I will stream a documentary at some point.
Excellent. I look forward to it.
Yeah, no, not tonight though.
Take care.
But we got some in the pipeline. But
Yes, sir.
thanks for chatting, friend.
Absolutely. Take care,
Have a
Riser.
good one.
You too. Bye. Shout out to Riser.
That's pretty good.
Wow.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Just think, that could be one of the lemons that ends up on your next drink, everybody. I'm just kidding. Oh, shit. All right, there he goes. Anthony Zamora, everybody. He's on Instagram at Antoine_the_Don.
Don't steal those two.
Lemonade. He loves stealing things worth 25 cents.
He also looks like Wahoo from the Cleveland Indians. Can you see that?
Hold on, he just grabbed something. Oh, Zamora kills himself in a stunning turn of events. What a twist. All right. Mariano DiVincenzo is next. But not before Kaylee keeps us all safe and sanitary up here. Again, the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose, famous for their cheeseburgers, believe it or not. I don't know if you've ever had a cheeseburger.
They have cheeseburgers there?
Yeah, world famous cheeseburger.
Wow.
How many of you have the cheeseburger at the Yellow Rose? Okie dokie. How many of you love HEB? Fuck yeah. Where's my Knott's El Rancho people at? Where's my Barton Springs, huh?
Where's my Pete Terry's at?
All right, here he is, everybody. Make some noise for Mariano DiVincenzo.
What's up, everybody? So, I know I have a confusing name and identity, but I am actually Latino. A lot of people ask me why I don't do, like, typical Latino humor, and it's because I'm from Argentina, and we're not very Mexican. Yeah. But I do speak Spanish, so that is pretty Mexican of me. But I am more Latino than people think. Growing up, I actually used to perform in a Latin soul band with my friend Erwin. We were called Erwin and Fire. But anyway, I do identify as Latino or Latinx. I don't want anybody to get offended. You're all a bunch of putex. Anyway, here in America, most people know us Argentinians. Unfortunately, either for soccer.
Welcome, Ethan. Ethan, can you hear me? Brandon, can you hear me?
Need a minute.
Brandon, is there any way you can switch that account with the Baltimore Ravens account?
Do one.
Is there any way you can take that account that you have right there and move it in the one where your Baltimore Ravens account is and move the Baltimore Ravens account one in here?
Yeah.
Can you do that for me, please?
The Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, move the Baltimore Ravens one in here and move the other one. So here's the thing, Brandon. uh, I well, let me just ask this. So the one that says Brandon A on it, do you know what one I'm talking about?
The one that has a magic fly.
No, the one that has the word King on it. That one, the one that you're using right now. Brandon, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is there any way you can change the profile picture on that account?
The one that not lazy now.
Yep, that one right there. The word it's got the word King on it.
Yeah.
The reason why is I don't want people to. I want people of all backgrounds to be able to come in here,